Today on Doomed! A House race in New York City is heating up, pitting a Trump backer-funded Democratic candidate against the sitting progressive squad member incumbent. And we're going to be talking on this show exactly what this race means for, the political landscape in this country, and also what progressives can do. Not even just for this race, but broadly going forward in our current 2024 political moment, really. Let me pull myself and my guest up on the feed here. All right, here we go. And, usually I ask before the show how to pronounce names, what title you want to, how do you want me to introduce you? And we were dealing with some technical difficulties, and for the first time ever, I forgot to ask my guest. So you know what? I'm gonna try it out.
Myself.
Or there you go. Maybe that's maybe that's for the best, actually.
No. I want to hear how. All
right, here we go. Ready? Sam Drzymala. No, it's definitely not that. Drzymala. Am I wrong? Am I right?
It's so if you just act like the Y and the Z or reverse, it's a lot easier. I pronounce it Drzymala.
Drzymala. Ah.
Yeah.
It's
like the Z and the Y that give people. So yeah, my name is Sam Drzymala. I'm the executive director of Progressive Victory, which is an organization that works to connect media influencers and their audiences with really effective political engagement.
Wow, this is a first. The guest forced to introduce themselves because of a derelict host on this show. Unbelievable.
It's my pleasure. No problem
Unbelievable. What a sad moment for me. This will go down in history as.
It's great to be with you, Matt. I'm really excited to be here. I've been watching your content for a while, and it's exciting to be here with your audience and you.
I appreciate it, and I appreciate you cutting my self-deprecation short, because I could go on forever doing that. But Sam, thank you so much for joining me. Seriously. And, I should say, and I haven't mentioned it yet on this show, but I will be, and you'll learn more about this event during this broadcast, but I will be in upstate. Is it really considered upstate New York? I guess it is for me, as a Queens resident. But I will be in New York 16, House District, the weekend of June 22nd, as part of this Progressive Victory event to try to do our best in supporting Jabal Bowman and help re-electing him in a race that is looking like it's going to be a very hard battle. But before we get into the race specifically, and we'll have more details for everybody, tell me a little bit about Progressive Victory.
Yeah, sure. So I'll just tell you a little bit about my background and how I got into this space, and that'll naturally flow from there. So my background is as a political professional. I've been working in politics for about 20 years. I grew up in Missouri, ended up working for a bunch of Missouri politicians. I basically just went back and forth between working on electoral campaigns, and then I would go to Congress, working for members of Congress, and then I'd go back on electoral campaigns. And I always did digital media, and I've worked with people across the ideological spectrum. I'm like, a bit of a Rorschach test there, but I always have been, my goal has always been to see people represented and much more accurately by the people who they're elected to, who are elected to represent them. And I've seen digital media as a really powerful way both to do that and also to build power around the structures that are trying to keep people out and away from having themselves represented. So that's been my focus the entire time I've been working in politics. And the way that I got into founding Progressive Victory is actually just by watching. It's just by watching the live streaming space. I could just see so much happening. I was watching as there's been a lot of experiments that have happened combining media and like really strong media operation for media publishers and political operations. Like I think Justice Democrats, people don't talk about this that often now, but it originally was conceived of as a completely linked between YouTube channels and a political organization that was meant to try to elect people. And I've admired that model for a very, very long time. And as live streaming specifically has exploded in popularity, I've been super, super interested. And I got the opportunity to do some experiments around working with live streamers for electoral to help work on electoral outcomes in the 2022 midterms. And we founded this organization that is an effort we called PV22, Progressive Victory 2022. And we worked with a few live streamers. The largest one we were working with at the time, his name is Vosh. Your audience may be familiar with him, but he brands himself as a democratic socialist, and he drove a ton of young people into a Discord community that we started, where we were starting to provide people with the resources and the training to contact voters directly and make an impact on electoral outcomes. So we did a bunch of events in the primary and in the general for Summer Lee. And then in the general election, we did this massive canvassing and phone banking operation where in about 2 months through this Discord community, we got 5,100 volunteer shift signups and contacted 290,000 voters. And that's really, really impressive for such a short amount of time. And it clued me in that this was something that was not just a flash in the pan, it needed it to continue. And so we're trying to scale this up for 2024 and see how big we can get, both being active both in the primaries and the general election. And so far it's been super, super successful and really, really exciting. We see incredible response rates when people are in a live audience because they can interact directly with the people who are making the media, and they can form a really tight bond. And then those calls to action are super, super powerful when delivered live. And so that's why I'm doing what I'm doing.
Now, can you let's expand a little bit on how you think online creators and personalities and streamers and video creators, YouTubers, Twitch streamers, how they can help in this process. Because I do think, and from my own experience over the years, online activism, I guess, does have a role. But I do think when it comes to electoral politics, it can give people who are very online or are just paying attention to what's going on online a skewed version of what can actually happen come election day, how voters are feeling, what actually sways them. Mm-hmm. And one of the reasons why I think, one of the reasons I personally decided to take part in this Progressive Victory Bowman event, which we will discuss a lot more in the coming in a minute, is because the action here is to actually use these streamers and their audience to actually hit the ground and knock on doors, which I think is probably the most meaningful thing you can do in an election. So I guess my broader question is, now that I've given you my feelings on it, clearly Progressive Victory sees both as important because you've done both. Give me your assessment of what the online work does, and then how that, what you've seen through your time doing these events.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually amazing. I never thought that it would be as big and as powerful as it is right now, and it's only going to get bigger, right? You can just see it happening. Speaking as someone who's been working in politics, I've worked for Democrats for as long as I've been an adult, basically. I know exactly how we do everything we do, and I'm sure you and your audience are going to hear this, and you're going to know exactly what I mean. We have basically two tactics. There's an economy in politics around getting people to take actions, right? The campaigns want to keep, like, a lot of the time it's fundraising, but it could be any number of things. It could be volunteering, could be fundraising, could be anything. Actions, signing a petition, whatever it is. And there's an economy built around that political organizations operate in. And we basically use two tactics to get people to do stuff. One is rank fear. It's just like, the sky is falling, everything's awful, we need you to do this thing, and then everything will be better, right? And then the other thing is hero worship. It's like, we need to like help this person. This person is super cool, super important, and as long as you like put your faith in this person, everything's going to be better, right? And so like that's like the Obamas, like you remember the hype around Obama when he was elected, and it's the same thing with Bernie, right? There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with either of these two things. Driving urgency using emotion is like a very effective tactic, and like organizing people around a personality also super super effective tactic. But the problem that we see is that, number one, with that kind of like fear drumbeat over time, it starts to sound really desperate. You've seen like how the Democratic Party emails sound recently, and like if you read any of those, like the fundraising emails, they get pretty crazy, and people get burned out. People get burned out really, really fast if they don't have a little more hope. And then with the personality worship, like, it sucks it sucks to be in the political party when everything seems exciting, when there's a great candidate that you got that people are excited about, and then when that magic falls away, either that person, the balloon comes off the rose, or that person retires. Like, Obama's gone. All of the people who came with Obama are now gone. And it's, sad to say, it's somewhat the same with Bernie, right? Like, Bernie's not going to run for president again, probably. I don't know. I haven't talked to his people, but I assume it's probably not the case. He'll run again. And so that means a lot of the people who came with him are also like, they're going their own separate ways. A lot of those people have also aged out. They're millennials. They're settling down, having families, having kids, and so that activism phase is over for them. Right now, we have this whole new group of young people in Gen Z who are native online, who are constantly in this media stream, where they've experienced nothing but online discourse their entire lives, and that discourse can be pretty spicy and toxic, but it's also really engaging, and all the same elements that I just mentioned, that like that urgency of like trying to get people to click on your videos, that are built into the content creators. Like, you have to be good at that. You have to be good at getting that clickbait in order to get people to show up and watch you on stream compared to all the other videos out there. So we've got that built into the media. And then the personality. Like, why do you think people are watching you, Matt? It's because you're charismatic. It's because why do people watch any of these people who are putting their faces on camera? It's because the charisma is there, the personality is there, and people identify with them. And so the beautiful part about content creators is that we get to have both of those things, both of the things that drive intensity, drive attention, and drive action that we need in order to make political programs work, without the toxicity of like creating political fear on purpose with like as an elected official, right? And also that like the personalities never go away. Like, we're not going to have the people retire, and in the massive groups of content creators, we're not going to have huge retirements, and if we do, there are always more to replace them, right? So building a group of dedicated people who care about politics, want to talk about it on camera, have a personality where they can drive attention around politics, and then drive action, is the way that we build a actual sustainable movement around political action. And it's already happening right in front of our eyes. And all that we need to do as political professionals, here I'll speak to my fellow political professionals, is tap into that, right? Right now, you see the way that people in politics are making use of influencers. Like, social media influencers are enormous now, such a big deal. And the way that we're making use of them is just like, hey, talk about this issue, link in the bio. No. You like, there are influencers who have a political interest, who want to take and make an actual investment in this. And I think that that needs to be modeled for. It needs to be modeled for the vast majority, the broad swath of influencers out there, that they need to understand that they're the ones who actually have the power, and the politicians are going to have to fall into line behind them because they're the ones with the audiences. And the more that if you just get a dedicated group of people who make content for a living, who are interested in building a political movement, it's over. Once that happens, it's all done. It's going to absolutely revolutionize politics, and we're on our way there right now.
I do think there is something to that. Maybe, and I'm usually an optimistic person, but I guess maybe it's because I've been doing it so long. Over the years I've seen the ebbs and flows, and let me tell you, right now it feels like we are on probably the worst downward spiral in all of my. Really, I think this is the most bleak things have looked for any progressive movement in a while. And I'm not saying that any specific race. I mean, in general, you see a rising right wing, a Democratic Party that's tacking to the right and even selling out on a number of progressive issues. You have a Supreme Court that's just, gone for a generation. Then we have races where progressives have won. Looking like they very well might be in a fight for their life to hold on to that seat. And I think in some ways, the way online has been, especially in places that are maybe not so much for streamers, because this is not really a place for streamers, but it is a huge political platform. The way Twitter, aka X, has gone, it does feel like I go on there and it's literally like your replies get filled up with literal straight up neo-Nazis.
Yeah.
In a way that's never been the case before. And again, like I said, sometimes online can skew the real world. I don't think like in real life all of a sudden there's this uptick in neo-Nazis in the world. But I do think the ones that are out there are sort of winning over people and convincing them, like, on the border and things like that. So I do.
They're very loud.
Maybe maybe just my general feeling about things. It's any other time I think if we were having a discussion, I'd be like, yeah, but right now I'm feeling pretty.
Well, I mean, I don't want to oversell and overhype. Things are really tough right now, and I don't think that. I think that there are very few people out there who would contest that. I mean, even people who you might consider your ideological opponents probably would agree, right? It's like we're at this moment of generational changeover in leadership, where it's like we're not quite there, but it's like it's like a pregnant pause before that generational changeover, right? And we're at a moment where all of the institutions that we have seen basically since Roosevelt, since the New Deal, all these like New Deal institutions that we consider to be part of our fabric are being challenged in a really, really big way, both in terms of like how they've become corrupted over time. And I think the left would, and correct me if I'm mischaracterizing, the left would like to see them renewed and changed to fit the current needs that we have. And then the right just wants to throw them away, right? So we're at a position where the only consensus is that things need to change, and so like that is a very scary moment because change can be really bad, right? But it's an opportunity, right? And the people who end up being willing to be the most dedicated to talking about things, to getting their viewpoints out there and selling their ideas in a way that is compelling to people and draws them in, are going to be the people who end up winning that argument and making the future what the vision that they see right now.
Right. So jumping off of that, actually, how does Progressive Victory pick the candidates that it chooses to support? I'll say that like my personal view is obviously in terms of what I would like to see and the type of candidates I would like to see, that needs to sometimes be altered based on the actual candidates available to us. Mm-hmm. For me, like, maybe a candidate isn't the most progressive, but they're the most progressive in that race, so
Mhm.
I'll support them. How does Progressive Victory go about choosing these candidates?
Well, so there are a couple ways that we do it. So first of all, we have a whole community. That I mentioned the Discord community before. It's there's like thousands of young people that are all. I mean, they're involved to varying degrees, but there's like a really core dedicated group that in each state we have a lead and we have members who are committed, who are like on the ground locally, finding out which candidates are worth their time, and putting their resources to bear that they have locally on those candidates, whether it could be a local city council race or it could be state rep race that they find, like if there's a candidate they find really super compelling. And so we let those things filter up from the grassroots of our organization. We also, during big elections like a presidential campaign like this, we also have national priorities that are decided from the top. So like how we arrived at this race with Representative Bowman, we just felt like this was the marquee race. I mean, we helped with Summer Lee as well, but we felt like she was probably going to win. And so we did a bunch of phone banking for her, but we didn't do this giant canvas event. This event with Bowman, we're making a very large investment here, and this is our big primary election investment that we want to be strategic about. As our organization grows, I think we'll have greater capacity, but we felt like in order to do this right, we needed to pick one race and really see what we could add to it. And Bowman was the one. He's got it's a really tough race, but he's got a really solid record of standing up for people on a whole range of issues, people in his district, especially on education. And we felt like this was one where it's likely to be a really, really tough one, but winnable. And so we made an investment of putting into place a group of influencers, trying to ask influencers to get involved, to recruit their audience members to go canvass for him. And that's what we're doing this coming weekend, not this weekend, but the one after. It's the 22nd and 23rd. That's the weekend before his Tuesday election.
Now, I think some people are a little bit like, I guess we're getting really into the weeds here in terms of, what an organization like yours does more broadly. But I think people might be a little confused specifically what Progressive Victory does. So I'm gonna just like in like a sentence, like because I actually, and I'm gonna be getting into all this because when Progressive Victory reached out to me for this Bowman event,
Mm-hmm.
and Sam could attest to this. I had a number of issues, and we sat down and we had a nice long chat, and he addressed all of them all the issues that and questions I had, and at the end of the day, to me, the most important thing is this specific Jamal Bowman event, and this is what Progressive Victory is doing here. They think that using isn't correct. Partnering with streamers like myself, like potentially, I see some people talking about Sam Cedar and Emma Vigland. I guess they've mentioned on the show that they're possibly going to be doing the Bowman event. I think they are. They reach out to us in order to get our participation in these sorts of on-the-ground events to help good progressive candidates. And in turn, the hope is that our audiences come out to join us, to knock on doors and basically expand an on-the-ground volunteer, door knocking effort in a way that maybe it helps expand the official campaign's work. Like, we're not working directly with the Bowman campaign. We can't.
We're not.
Progressive Victory can't do that. But they are working with streamers to help these streamers get to, organizing a door-knocking campaign for streamers, and we will do our best to get our audience out to join us.
That's right. And I think that it's really important to understand that when I was talking before about that, like those two tactics, the fear, like clickbait, how do you get people emotionally like agitated enough to watch your content? and then the personality, charisma, hero worship thing. You all have that, and your audience members are interested in meeting you, right? So a lot of what this is, if you all talk on stream about the importance of getting involved, and for a lot of people today, like we're all feeling isolated, we're spending a lot of time at home, maybe not going out as much as we used to, um, in a post-pandemic world, getting together in person and actually meeting some of the people you watch online and respect their viewpoints and the way that they look at the world is a huge draw. So when we've done this in the past, we've been able to get hundreds of people to show up to some of these events. This event, we have over 100 signups already to 100 RSVPs to show up to this event. And when these canvassers show up, we're going to surprise people with just how many people can arrive in person in New York to do some door knocks, because it's not this isn't an easy thing to do, right? Like usually the type of door knocking campaign that people are talking about, that like this people power, show up and talk to voters at their homes, it's expensive. It's really expensive to do, and that's why you see a lot of these campaigns reliant on advertisements, because even if they're not as effective as a person-to-person conversation, it's much, much cheaper, and you can ramp them up and down. So from like a political professional's perspective, it's so like the ads are attractive, right? And because these door knocking campaigns are so expensive, but we're able to do it for much, much cheaper because of the efficiency of driving things through influencers and the attraction of getting people to meet their heroes in person and hear them talk and then knock doors with them.
Right. Got it. I just want to say, no one who watches this show should look at me like a hero. I don't think they do. I am nobody's hero. Please do not. I think that's a very kind word to use for maybe other streamers. I am no hero. I'm just one of you guys.
Well,
and
are you suggesting that your audience members wouldn't want to meet you in person and shake your hand and talk and take a picture?
I'm sure they would, but I hope that's because they think I just seem like a cool, down-to-earth guy they want to hang out with. Please do not come and expect me to whisk you away and give autographs.
Whatever, Matt. Just wait till we actually show up, and you're gonna see this like line of people waiting to talk to you, and you'll see how that dynamic is. This is how it is. I mean, you have a lot of people who watch you. There are a lot of these large influencers, they have thousands of people watching them whenever they go live, whenever they broadcast, or whenever they post a video, and it's not the same as like celebrity, but it is like it's surreal to meet somebody who you've seen over and over and over, on a stream or on a video, just on a video screen, and see them in person and actually get to talk with them. It's a really, really cool opportunity. And you all have audiences that stretch all across the country. So a big part of this is that we those who can pay their own way, we really appreciate that, but we also offer subsidized housing in the form of a hotel room that people can have, so that people have the ability to come no matter what their means are and participate and knock doors for a progressive champion like Bowman.
So let me ask you this now. Now that I asked you how you pick candidates and you explained why you picked, for example, Jamal Bowman, and I think this is probably the most important race. And I think it's extreme. Like this is the biggest drawing point to me in terms of working with you guys. Like, if it wasn't for Bowman being such a good, good person to have in political office, and being genuine and really good politics, and the powers that are going against him right now. Really, it's a Trump-backed effort. It's a right-wing effort. Like if you go to his opponent George Latimer's social media, you could see like over and over again, hey, I usually vote Republican, but I'm rooting for you, or I never voted Democrat in my life, but I hope you beat Bowman. I mean, it's very clear what's going on here, and so this specific race is very important to me. And so let me ask you this now: how does Progressive Victory pick streamers? And I'm not asking so you could be like, pat me on the back and tell me all these nice things about me. I'm actually leading to a question that I had that we sat down and discussed, and I see a number of people in the chat have already brought up, which I expected, and we'll address it, of course. But how does Progressive Victory pick out, who they reach out to?
So it really is about the interest, right? So I want to say up front to everybody that we are a big tent organization, right? We not every influencer that we work with is like on the left of the center left spectrum, and like our goal for this year, our biggest goal for this year, I want to be very clear for everybody, is to reelect Joe Biden in the general election and help Democrats win against Trump and the Republicans, right? But I think, first of all, we are an organization that represents young people, and a lot of the young people out there feel really, really strongly about this race, and also about like what character of candidates we want representing us after primaries are over to go into that general election. And I also just feel like there's a real danger here, right? Like I think you've seen what happens on the right is what's happening right now. Like you mentioned before, there are all these all like that like basically Nazis are winning over a lot of young people right now, which I think is true. And you've seen what happens on the right when faith in institutions like elections, for example, is undermined. And I think that the cynicism and disillusionment and if people, young people, especially on the left, start looking at the Democratic Party and its candidates and think, I really have no place in this party. I have no people representing me in this party who represent my beliefs. I think that we run a risk of that being undermined on the left too, and seeing a lack of faith in electoral politics as a viable path for change. And so, like, speaking as someone who has a great deal of respect for populism and has lived on the left for a long time, I of course want to see progressive champions win office. But speaking as someone who's like, also a a mainstream Democratic Party political operative who has felt fairly comfortable with the party as it exists, and working with a bunch of people who I worked for candidates and for elected officials who aren't like of the left as well in my career. Like I just want to see young people viewing the Democratic Party and electoral politics as a vehicle for all their hopes and dreams. And if we don't end up with that, if that's at risk, then there's a lot of really bad stuff that can happen. And so, like, a big reason why I feel like this event is so important is because it's us putting some organizational muscle behind people who are out there who may be scattered and feel like they don't have an option of how to get involved with something that's like an easy, here, you can come do this, but who have a feeling that maybe they shouldn't be giving up on everything yet. Maybe that we have a shot at this, at maintaining democracy. And if so, this is the way to do it, right? This is the way to do it. Engage in the primaries for the candidates that you want to see win, and then follow through in the general election to elect them. And it's not flashy. It's every year you're going to hear from the Democratic Party. This is the most important election in history. Yeah, they're all important. The important part is that you keep engaging every election cycle, and we're going to have ways to support people who want to come in and make a change, and we want to be a vehicle for a collective of people who want to actually engage in a sustained way. So that's what we're building.
Right. Now, I going off of that now, there's been questions, and these are the same questions I had when we had our conversation. Yeah. Working with streamers, and I think, especially in this specific time period where what's going on in Gaza has been such a huge. So, I mean, this is basically the issue that might very well cost Bowman his race. If there is one issue, this is the one that he's sort of battling against in terms of AIPAC getting involved and funding his opponent with millions of dollars.
Yeah.
So I do think there's been movement in terms of this, people's positions, where maybe someone who wasn't so ideological one way has sort of turned the other way. And so
Hmm.
two people specifically that I've seen come up in here, and these are the same two people I brought up to you, Brianna Wu and Destiny. Now I know Destiny is huge streamer. I know he's currently over in Israel, and it's been pretty
Yes.
amazing to watch like his content right now, because this is
Yeah.
a guy who's been pretty defensive of Israel, and I know his audience will argue that, oh, if you watch his like 12-hour streams, you'll see that this is a position he shared before. That might be the case. I don't watch Destiny's 12-hour streams, but his carefully curated stuff that he puts out there on Twitter, for example, where the vast majority of non-hardcore Destiny fans are viewing his stuff, it's been very defensive of Israel, and at times
Hmm.
he's been very dismissive of the Palestinian what they're going through, what the Palestinians are going through. So his feed's been interesting to watch him sort of see how he's treated over there, which hasn't been very good, it seems like. And he's seen for himself what Palestinians have to go through in the West Bank, the hours of security they need to go through just to get to work. For a country that they don't have any representation because they're not Israeli, they don't live in Israel. Um, and Brianna Wu is someone who I don't know what's going on there. At least Destiny, you can argue he has his moments of going back and forth. He's all over the place.
Hmm.
He, goes out there and argues for good causes at times. Brianna Wu is someone I interviewed many years ago,
Hmm.
when she became a figure in who was being harassed during Gamergate. And I had no idea that she had become a political sort of figure in politics, because, I mean, I know she ran for office, but I didn't know she was working in politics because I just knew her as a game developer.
Hmm.
So can you explain what their roles are in Progressive Victory?
Yeah. So Brianna had a really important role helping us to develop some early connections in the creator space, and I respect her a great deal as a political operator. And I haven't talked with her in months. We haven't actually worked together in quite a while, and she hasn't been involved in planning this event or any of the stuff really that we've done this year. But I've seen the positions she's taken on Twitter, and I've seen her mixing it up and taking pretty strong stand, and I don't watch too closely. I'm not like a big Twitter user myself, but I have seen that she's like, she's mixing it up on Twitter and taking spicy positions on this, and trying to be a part of the discourse. It definitely as much more of a, as I've seen, more of a supporter of Israel than of Palestine, and that certainly is her prerogative. It certainly doesn't represent us or this event at all. As far as Destiny goes, uh, we've worked with him really constructively on electoral organizing, and the reason why is because he actually, I don't know if you know the history of a lot of this stuff, but uh, you know the there are a lot of things we can do in politics using like working with influencers to get their audiences engaged. The canvassing thing is something that he actually pioneered from years ago, and his community is super invested and engaged in doing canvassing, and it's like a, first of all, incredible resource that we certainly can't pass up if we want to keep young people engaged and there are a lot of young people who watch him and respect him, and I've met them, and they're amazing people, and we have to keep them engaged as well, in order to have a fighting chance in the general election, and also, like, like I said, we are a Big Tent organization. We want there to be an active dialogue and discourse within our community and across the space. We're not looking to get in the way of that discourse as it happens. We're just not going to uh, like, we're here as a vehicle for the people who come out of the influencer audiences to make their political to accomplish their political goals. And so Destiny's audience probably much more, I would say, cares about the general election, and so we're working with them really closely on preparing for that. But in the primaries, like I said, like this event is super super important because we know there are so many people out there who maybe the influencers that they're watching haven't done canvassing in the past and need to see it modeled, need to see how these type of political programs can be put together to feel empowered to do it, to realize their own power in putting these things together. And also, like this is the thing that I would tell Brianna if if I had a conversation with her about it. Thing that I've told Destiny before. Uh, this is really really important to understand. There is no way that we win this election without young people who are engaged on this issue in supporting Palestine and who broadly identify with the left. Well, there's no way that we win this election without engaging those people. And those people, the people I'm talking about, people who care about this issue, who support Palestine, and also people who just are broadly identify with the left. They are uh, they're like a huge number of people who are principled, who have a really important viewpoint, and they need to be a part of our party. And there needs to be a dialogue about it. And I'm very comfortable operating in a lot of these spaces. I don't need to get involved specifically with the drama between creators when that happens. That's something that happens all the time. But I think that the most important thing for me as someone who's trying to build an organization that can be a vehicle for the passions and the ambitions of everyone is to respect everybody as like, first of all, citizens, and second of all, as the type of people who I want to be surrounded with, right? Like I want to be surrounded with people who want to knock doors, who come out of Destiny's community, and I also want to be surrounded with people who care very deeply for what's going on with the Palestinian people right now. Anybody who's seen what's happening in pictures over there, or anything you've seen on social media, it's really hard to ignore, and there's no way that we can move forward as a country and as a party without addressing this and providing a vehicle through which champions of people with that viewpoint of wanting to support Palestine and wanting progressive, a more like militant or like a muscular left wing in the party, get to see themselves represented in the party. That is an absolute must for them to move forward.
Right, right. No, when we discussed, I
Yeah.
agree with you on the Destiny issue. He's a very big streamer who has a large audience. Who clearly, I do think his audience spans from just straight up trollish type people, but also I think serious people who do care and have skin in the game. And I think that's obviously an audience for specific campaigns to use to organization or campaign's advantage.
Yeah, and like just to be clear, there are like toxic people in every influencers community, and there are also constructive, wonderful people in every influencers community, right? So, like we're not interested in engaging with people who don't have an interest in doing something cool in electoral politics to renew democracy. We're interested in working with the really serious and dedicated and smart people from every influencers community who want to come together and do something. We may have arguments together about the direction that we want to go, but that there's a place where the resources are there for people to do stuff both at the local and national level that they wouldn't be able to do by themselves. Like when I grew up, I was like, I would go into a field office when I was 16 and be like, hey, I want to volunteer. And they'd be like, great. And they give me a walk sheet and I go out. Did they ask me, hey, what are the most important issues to you? No. They treated me like free labor, which is what I was. And I think what we have now, because influencers are such a great focal point for leadership for their audiences, we just need to pair that with the ability to turn that into political action that can determine outcomes. And what we're going to get is a negotiating leverage over the future of the party that cannot be ignored.
Right. And with that said, I'll say on the other end of the spectrum, I think people like. I know you've worked with her, but I think Brianna Wu is sort of a lost cause. That's not a tenth. I think she's going further right than I think is even like yeah. But yeah, let's talk about this specific Bowman event because this
Yeah.
is what draws me to this. And
Yes.
one more question people have here, and I do think it needs to be brought up too. Just it's important to disclose these things, especially in a progressive, sort of space. People are wondering, sort of, because I saw someone say they listened to podcasts with you before.
Mhm.
Where does progressive victory where does the funding come for these sort of events and everything for progressive victory?
Yeah, so the organization itself, like the core staff and budget that we use to keep the organization going, is funded largely by progressive foundations right now. The same people you'd see funding the Democratic Party. It's like mainstream Democratic funders, and these events are mostly done based off of online fundraising that we do with the streamers. So the streamers that we're working with, a lot of them will raise money for these events, and then they'll recruit their audience members. And the reason why we're raising money for it is to, like I said, subsidize hotel rooms for people who wouldn't be able to pay their own way. So for events like this, like I said, these are usually super expensive things for organizations to produce, but because we're working with influencers, which is like a super efficient, like a order of magnitude higher in efficiency way of organizing these types of events. So we're able to get this much cheaper. It's not actually that prohibitively expensive an event to put on. We're able to do this mostly with community fundraising. So it's like mostly small dollar fundraising that's behind this event and most of the campus events that we do. But the organization itself, like the institution of Progressive Victory, is largely funded by like Democratic Party, big donor foundation type groups.
Are you able to share which groups, which organizations?
I probably shouldn't yet because I haven't gotten permission from them. It's not like it's like going to be a huge secret. I'm sure that we're going to be putting out reports after the election talking about all the work we did together and trumpeting it from the rafters. But for now, I probably should check with them before I like disclose all that stuff. Yeah, we have close working relationships that we want to maintain.
Got it. No, I understand that.
Yeah.
So let's talk about this Bowman event specifically. How did this come about? How did you? I know you already said how you pick a candidate, but
Yeah.
what made you decide for this specific? I know it's the weekend right before election day, which is the following Tuesday, so that makes sense.
Yeah. It's the most impactful
This
time.
right, the specific area, let's say, because this is in it's a town called Tarrytown, correct?
Hmm. That's right.
Um,
And we haven't said it yet, but I just want to put it out for those people watching. If you want to join us, and Matt's going to be there, you should go to progress.win/New York, and you can sign up now on RSVP and make sure they get your hotel room set up with us. I want to deliver that ask, and I'll deliver it again, but I just want to make sure to include that here. How we arrived at this, actually, our first organizing director from way back in the midterms in 2022 was this guy named Bilal, who was Bowman's field director on his race where he first won, and Bilal was with us for the cycle and then moved on to do other stuff. But we brought him back to help design a strategy for this election because he knows the territory very well, and so he's designed a lot of the targeting for where we're going to go with this event.
Got it. And so
Yeah.
where I know there's a sign up form in my in the description of this video for people who will be in the area, who live in the area, who can come down that weekend of June 22nd to help knock
Mhm.
on doors for Jamal Bowman. Who is going to be there in terms of streamers for this particular event?
Yeah, so it's going to be a large group of people. Hold on, let me just go try to find it. Uh, I don't have it. Let me try to find it in a second. I'll answer that question when I find it.
Yeah,
But for
sure.
now,
I know
but
this has
for,
been a thing that's
there's a
changing as
large
yeah. Right.
there's a large list of people that we have to track here. But it's a really really large group. Like I think maybe a dozen people now. You mentioned Emma Vigland and perhaps Sam from Majority Report. They're told they're going to be here. I mentioned our original character from 2022, Vosh. He's going to touch down and be there as well. A bunch of other streamers. We're in Hell is one who we've been excited about getting to join us. And those are ones that come off the top of the head. But I'm just gonna look up and see if I can find a few more on the list here that I didn't have handy. Uh, yeah, and it's progress.win/New York where you can find all of the sign up that you can do. You can sign up there, and then once you sign up, you can get your hotel set up.
Cool. Perfect.
Yeah.
And so what do we know in terms of like what's progressive victory? I know we're going to be knocking on doors for Bowman, but is there something specific about George Latimer that you think voters should walk away with, like what they should know about Bowman's opponent?
Yeah, I mean, look, we're here supporting Bowman because we're here to support the progressive champion in the race, and that's what the members who want to be involved in this event want to see. I personally don't have a huge amount of knowledge about George Latimer. I know that he's got he's like I think was an elected official in an area in the county in the district before, and he's like making his play now because he feels like this is a moment where Jamal could be vulnerable. Uh, but I think for me, I'm really really focused on keeping a progressive champion in Congress who has done a huge amount of stuff on education and also been standing up for Palestinians in this in like as there's been a huge amount of really terrible, terrible stuff coming their way. So that's been my main focus. It hasn't necessarily been about Latimer for me, though I'm sure that there are people out there who could say a lot about him. I just haven't spent a lot of time thinking about him. I've
No,
been much more
that's
supportive of Bowman personally.
no, that's good actually. I mean,
Yeah,
that's really what I just wanted to ask, just in case there was something from a sort of a political organization strategy effort that maybe there's a focus on something
yeah.
about Latimer. But I actually think it's better in that sense to sort of focus on what makes Jamal Bowman so great.
Well, and
And
and I
I
think
do.
it's important to
Yeah,
note.
go ahead.
I think it's important to note that like there's like the Democratic Party has like a lot of old aging institutions that are built based on inertia. They're built based on name recognition and like machine politics, right? And I think that part of the reason why Latimer thinks that he's got a shot here is because he is the inheritor of that legacy of just like inertia and like institutional machine politics that all the like the people who like the pay to play system are going to be very comfortable with him in Congress if he's there. Whereas Bowman, I think probably does not play by those same rules. I think that he's probably much closer to talking directly to the people of the district, not going through intermediary institutions that where there's a lot more like pay to play stuff going on. I think that he probably is much more invested in progressive policies, and that makes a lot of people uncomfortable. So it's not so much Latimer that I would have an issue with personally. It's aging and decrepit institutions that are standing in the way of actual people getting what they need from public policy, which happens all over the country all the time in local politics and federal, and it can't end fast enough.
Right. Absolutely. Sam, I appreciate you coming on the show. And I know there were a lot of questions that I saw, some of them that I even had when we first touched base.
Yeah, yeah.
So, some of these questions are, very specific to your organization, gets into some of the,
Yeah, and
details. So I appreciate you coming on and discussing with us. And I already see people saying that they're going, I see a few people saying that they're going to either make it down, well, depending on where they come from. I know this one person who said they're going to try to make it would actually be making it up, not down. You you live near me, Tunbosen. But I already see some people saying they're going to, right in the chat, make it out.
awesome.
So, yeah,
Progress
that'd
at
be
Win/New York.
progress.win/New York, right? And
Yeah.
is there anything else you think we should know in terms of Progressive Victory, this specific event?
Yeah, yeah.
Anything you think we didn't touch on?
Yeah, so well, I finally found this list of creators. So here's some that I didn't mention before. Hey, it's Vadim, Nominal Naomi, Stacy K, Surah Skeptic, We're in Hell, Ariana Jasmine, Chill Goblin, Lumi Room's coming, and yeah, I think we have a few more, but there may not be completely confirmed. So a lot of really, really great creators who are coming out, and yeah, I mean, look, we've been planning this event for a long time. We don't know what the electoral outcome is going to be, but this is going to be a really exciting event, and it's super, super important that people who believe in having progressive leadership in the country actually do the work to make it so. Because number one, every fight is just like, do we have a chance in this race? And even if we don't, even if we were to lose, there is every fight is just the capacity building for the next fight, and the connections that we're going to make with each other here on the ground, actually seeing each other in person and talking with each other, are the type of thing that can form the foundation that will lead to something much, much greater and more important. And and like I said, this country is in a really tough spot right now. I think you raised that at the very beginning, Matt. It things have never looked more. You use the word bleak. I would just say like on a knife edge, right? Like it just seems like everything, like there's something is gonna break one way or the other, right? And the question is, when that happens, where are you? Where are you in that? And I have decided to put my energy into helping people find their way into finding meaning through electoral politics and finding friendship and accomplishing things together. It's empowering. I think that electoral politics can be empowering to people. But regardless, that the media that we create and the narratives that we create around these things is actually even the most important thing. And that's why I'm really, really thankful to leaders like yourself who talk about politics through a lens of being really constructive and sophisticated in your analysis. That's the only thing that's going to get us through this is people actually talking about these things publicly. It's like, if you look back at, I know it's like kind of corny to talk about this, but like before this country was founded, there was a whole generation of people who were like with that in the revolutionary times, who were basically doing what you all are doing. They were just publishing media. They had all these amateur newsletters that they were sending around and publishing in newspapers, tiny little newspapers in the colonies at the time. And those eventually, a lot of them were published as the Federalist Papers, which has become like this foundational, cited in the Constitution documents. They were just like, they basically were like the drama streams of the time. And now they're worshipped as foundational to the country. And the reason why is all those people who ended up putting their names out there and creating media around what they thought was important, even if it was messy and it didn't always come out well and people fought and were attacking each other. it didn't matter in the end because that was the vital energy that was needed to renew all the institutions and led directly to the institution, the intellectual framework that founded this country. And we're in a similar moment now, right? Like this is like everything's balanced on a knife edge, and it's going to go one way or the other. And it's only if we actually keep on publishing media and attaching action to that media that things are going to turn out well.
So the event again is June 22nd and 23rd in Tarrytown, New York. That's about what, like 45, 50 minutes away from
Yeah.
Manhattan. If you're in the Bronx, like let's say around the Yankee Stadium area, just to give you like a landmark pinpoint, it's I think like just like 25, 30 minutes away. It's so if you're in the New York City area, it's definitely not out of reach in terms of getting there. So if you're interested, again, are you gonna put the list of, because I see some people wanting to be able to like visually see the streamers that are gonna be there, like in terms of like
Mm-hmm.
like just so they could see the list in front of them. It'll probably be easier for them to determine who's coming. Is there
Sure.
gonna be a list put up on the I guess when it's finalized up on the site?
Yeah, we can do that. I'll check in with my team and make sure that we do that. And it'll be on progress.win. And yeah, so in progress.win/New York, when you sign up, we're going to be doing follow-up calls, and we're just going to make sure we're going to check in with everybody about their accommodations to make sure that they have a hotel room, and we're also going to we're also going to be able to arrange transportation for people, hopefully. So we'll be checking in with everybody who signs up about that, and making sure that everybody's taken care of. So it's not just a sign up and you're going into the ether. It's like then you'll be contacted and we'll make sure that you're situated to get to the event and make sure you can find everything already.
All right, folks, all the information is in the description. Sam Drzymala, I said it right this time.
You did.
Seriously, thank you so much for joining me. And I will be seeing you at the Bowman event.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing you, Matt, and a lot of you folks in the audience too.
All right, take care. Have a great night.
You too. Bye bye.
All right, folks. Listen, I see a lot of people asking questions, and they asked questions, and I asked your questions, and a lot of those questions are questions I had about, like, the broader sort of organization. And I had them on to discuss, and I asked those questions. Um, and please feel free to call in terms of if you have anything else to ask me. I'll take your calls in just a minute. To me, the important thing was to have him on because I do think this Jamal Bowman event is important. And all it is they got a bunch of streamers together to try to get some sort of on the ground door knocking, canvassing going on for Jamal Bowman the weekend before the election. And I don't know about anyone else. I don't think so. But I personally, the only thing I am getting out of this, other than obviously helping Jamal Bowman, is I believe just like they're going to provide for any volunteers, any night I need to stay. And I don't even know if I'm going to be staying on the nights or if I'll be driving back because I got kids and a dog and a cat. And my wife's going to be out of town that weekend. It's going to be a busy weekend over here. So if I am staying overnight instead of driving back, they're going to give me a hotel. There's no sort of, there's nothing else other than I'll be working with these streamers to produce content, to try to help the efforts along with the door knocking. And that's pretty much everything. And I believe they'll be providing lunch and dinner. In terms of the broader organization, I do hope that they disclose where their organizational funding comes from. If I had to guess, it's probably, and this is just just me from just what I assume. It's probably like Open Society or something, an organization like that. An organization where you apply for something. That'd be my guess. But I do hope that they disclose in the near future. Yeah. Again, this is to help Jamal Bowman. All you got to do is come out and join us in knocking on doors. Doesn't You're not giving them any money to any political organization. There is a funding campaign for the like they do for every event. I have a link. The link is on the site there, but you don't need to do that if that's not something that is what you do. So yeah, let's go to the second half of the show. You could Kilo the Giant says, why wouldn't he just share it? I mean, I think he should. Obviously, he needs to. The organization needs to, if they want to, in the progressive space. I do think that's a necessity. I understand him not sharing it at this very moment if he doesn't have the acknowledgement from those organizations that they say he can do that right now. Like if he didn't give them a heads up, I get that. But if it was my organization, for example, I'd be like, I need to disclose, and if I can't, then we can't work together. But that's just me. But no, if he can't disclose right now on the spot on the show, I understand that. All right, folks, let's go to the second half of the show. You can call in via Skype at Doomed Live. I'm going to address more of this. We'll continue talking about it. I think it's an important thing to discuss because it's not just like about this one organization too. It's about what it means to organize on the left and in the progressive space. So let's go to the second half of the show. I'll take any call as they come in. I don't care. If anyone's like, oh, he's not going to take my call because I've been too, I take any calls all the time. In fact, I take like calls from right-wingers. You guys will be friendly compared to the calls that I take sometimes. So let's go to the second half of the show. As always, you can support this show at patreon.com/Matt Binder. You can also go to doomedcast.com for the podcast version of the show. I read your super chats, youtube.com/Matt Binder. So drop a super chat if you don't want to call in. Twitch.tv/Matt Binder. You can connect your Amazon account to your Twitch account. If you're an Amazon Prime subscriber and you get a free Twitch Prime subscription every month, be sure to use it. Don't let Amazon keep your extra money. Give me a quick minute to refill my drink, and I'll be back in just a little bit. To the freebie podcast listeners, this is where I say I will see you next time on... Where is my sound effect? All right, on Doomed. Today on Doomed.
Ecological collapse, corporate fascism, corporate journalism, police brutality, voter suppression, austerity economics, education masses, rampant homophobia,
We got our first caller.
What's up, Matt?
Hey,
You from Jamaica?
Dave from Jamaica. How are you doing, my friend? What are we going to talk about today? I don't think you are exactly what you think you are. I would say you're a conservative. What makes you a liberal?
I'm pro-Green New Deal.
Are you? Yes, really? Absolutely. No, I have watched the show. I've seen you completely come out and get really mad at Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez for some of the things in the Green New Deal.
You mean like
Free college for black people?
All right, we are back. Oh my god, the Skype ringing noise is so annoying when everyone's trying to call in at once. Got a lot of people trying to call in. Let's go to the phones. Where is? Hold on. There was someone who was the first person trying to call in, and I want to take their call first. Hold on. Let me see. Let me get. I will take everyone's call, but I need to make sure this person. There we go. Because I promised this person I would take their call first last show because I didn't get to them at all last time. Hey, what's your name? Where are you calling from? Oh boy. You are on, and I think there is an audio problem. Annie. You gotta probably check. I gotta let you go while you fix this, but check your Skype settings. Oh, I see you now. Hold on, but I don't hear you. I don't hear you though. I don't hear you. Make sure that the audio settings are set up so that the mic is using the correct output. I do see you now though, so we got the camera working. All right, let me let you go while you fix those settings, and I'll take your call next. Okay? Let me just take one more person before you. Once again, Skype. Doomed Live. Feel free to call in. Hey, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
What's going on, man?
Hey, it's Hansi. How you doing, Hansi?
Oh, good, man. Yo, I wanted to ask because I only thought you were a Jewish dude. I didn't know you were half Italian.
Oh, I'm a bunch of things, man. I'm Italian. I'm English, like British, like English. I am Prussian. And I am
How the hell? How many
Ashkenazi Jewish. And
shit?
yeah.
So wait, how did that work? Is your dad like what one half like Italian? So are you a quarter Italian? Like what is that?
I'm actually more Italian than anything. I'm half Italian.
Oh, okay, all right.
I mean, I haven't done the DNA test to give you the exact numbers, but my mom is 100% Italian, and my dad is British, Prussian, and Ashkenazi Jew.
Oh shit. Okay. So then what's your excuse for not watching Sopranos? You're Italian and you haven't seen Sopranos?
I don't really have any connection to any of my cultural backgrounds. Like I'm
I get that.
I'm
I get.
I'm American. The funny thing is like my grandparents were all American except for my dad's mom, who was born and raised in England. Like she was like just straight up British, like she had the accent and everything. She met my grandfather during World War II, and they because he fought in World War II, and they came here, and that's it. But the other three grandparents were born and raised here. So like if I was, I guess, directly influenced by any culture, mostly I none of it really, but I guess the closest would be in terms of like the generational, how far back it goes. I guess England is the closest, but I don't feel particularly English.
No, I get that. No. Listen, like the genius about Sopranos, whatever, is that it's about like guys who pretend like who think that they're being like about their culture. but like it's like typical like how like Americans who are like part of ethnicity group think that they're representing for their culture, but then when they go to Italy, they find out that like they're not as fucking pure as like all like the other Italians are. Like you know what I mean? They're basically they're typical Americans, whatever. But even though they pretend that they represent for Italians, whatever. Because there's a good episode where they, which by the way, with social media conversations, ages so well today. But I used to think it was a throwaway episode, but it was about the Columbus Day parade, and they're the and see, so even though the characters are racist, the voice behind it is kind of like a left leaning voice in the sense because they look like assholes and the indigenous people look like good people in this episode, even though you have like a problematic they go to a Indian chief, a native Indian chief, in a casino who's only one quarter native Indian. He's mostly white, but they get him to try to squash the anti Columbus Day parade. Basically, they to try to get that done. Whatever that's what I'm saying. You would like actually like it a lot with some of the social commentary that ages well today. Basically.
Oh, I'll definitely check it out. It's the one probably HBO show I haven't watched. So I mean, Misha in the chat. I mean, I hear this all the time from people. Misha says, "Matt is so Latino coded. He's an honorary Latino. Everyone thinks I'm Latino. Either that, or they think I'm Middle Eastern, or like Arab, or I get Indian sometimes." The last name Binder, even though it's pretty like Jewish. Some people think Binder could be like Indian too, I guess. That's what I've heard. I mean, I don't really like correct anyone on it because like I'm not. You said I'm an honorary Latino. It's an honor to be confused to be a Latino or an Arab or Middle Eastern person or Indian. I don't care. None of it's like I'm not like how dare I'm not offended by it. So like I don't correct people unless they like are actually looking for what I am. Like unless they ask specifically.
People think that some people don't know I'm Pakistani, so some people think that I'm actually Italian sometimes too. Like people think I'm Italian, Arabic, or some people. I've heard one person call me Portuguese one time.
I mean,
Let me ask you.
it's all in the same general area, right? I mean, all those countries are just generally there, right?
So are you from New Jersey or New York?
What's that?
Are you from Jersey or New York?
This is I will. I told you I wasn't offended for being confused for being any sort of nationality. I am offended that you would confuse me as for a New Jerseyan, a New Jerseyite, or whatever.
Dude, it's Pakistan, India to me, basically. You know what I mean? No. Let me ask you a question because this is something that they do in the show that I want to ask someone who's of Italian ethnicity. Do you guys like when you have pasta sauce? Do you guys call it gravy?
No, who does that?
No, because in the show, whenever they're having pasta sauce, they go, "Can you give me some of the gravy is good tonight?" They say something like that. So I was wondering why they.
I never heard, and I'm talking like my Italian family members. I've never heard them call pasta sauce gravy.
Okay, that's so no. That was just curious to me. I guess like.
I mean, it's possible that some, depending on where you are, where you're from, right? Like in the United States, some people call it soda, some people call it pop, some people call it I don't know what the fuck they call it, but
in Canada we call it pop instead of soda. No, that's cool. Listen, what it's called you. I mentioned this in one of my calls before that I was the former prime minister's son, Imran Khan. But when I left that message on the leftist mafia fucking super chats, you acted surprised by that. Like you're like, whoa.
Wait, what was that?
What I mentioned on your show like a couple of months ago that I am the nephew of former PM Imran Khan from Pakistan.
Oh yeah, I was like, that was surprising, right? I remember now. Took me a minute.
Yeah, because I left the super chat and left this mafia thing, And then when you read, cause I was trying to just get, I didn't know if you guys would care because you guys, I don't know if you guys follow Asian politics, whatever, right? So I thought your guest Arun would,
Oh,
since
he
he was
was
talking,
great. I mean, I listen. I do try to like. It's just impossible. Like, clearly he knows like that's his area of expertise. I mean, because of his background, but also I think it's pretty clear that this is what he pays attention to it now, like right, and like actively pays attention to it. I wish I could be an expert on everything, but I'm not. So that's why it's great to have people like him on the show who are an expert in an area that I know little to nothing about.
okay, okay, no, that's cool. No, I just, I was trying to like, he left. Well, I mean, he did acknowledge the comment before he left. But I just, I know the thing is, I actually wanted to ask him because I'm not as familiar. Like, even though I'm Pakistani, I only keep up with what's trending on social media, right? So anytime I ever hear about Pakistani politics, is when that when my distant uncle is actually like it, like in the news basically for. But right now he's in jail. Like when the Howard Stern show found out that that was my uncle, or whatever. That's when they started acknowledging my real name, Imran Khan. That's why they made a fucking theme song based off Imran Khan to that song by Fountains
Did
of
they
Wayne,
really?
Stacey's mom. Yeah, well, yeah, people consider it one of the better parody songs the Stern Show has done. I'm sure if you play it, what they call, it won't get like it's all over YouTube, whatever. The Imran Khan Howard Stern song, whatever. But like, yeah, so whenever anything happens with Imran Khan in the news, a bunch of Stern fans will always start mentioning, "Oh, look, Hansy is gonna go to jail soon," or something like that because Imran Khan's in jail, whatever. So that's like, so people only whenever that guy's in the news. That's how I know about it because that's the only time Stern fans ever fucking mention me at all whatsoever.
That's pretty funny, actually. I didn't know that.
It's crazy. Thing is, I'm confused if this guy is actually a good person, or I would assume everyone in power is not really that good. I asked my parents, right? But like like they'll be biased towards that. So I always want to like to know if this guy, like, the way that people get behind him feels like he's kind of like a Trump. But like right now, fascists are taking over Pakistan, so I don't even know where he stands really. So that's why I wanted to kind of talk to Arin about it because I wanted to know what kind of person Imran Khan is because I'm kind of confused as well. You know what I mean?
All right. Well, he'll be on the show again, so I'll definitely be on the lookout for your questions next time he's on.
I get it. Let me ask you, what's it called? With all the stuff going on in politics, man. I know I always sound like a fucking gloomy Gus and all that, whatever, right? But the thing that fucking really bothers me that like that I understand that everyone's in control.
Well, you're breaking
like,
up, Hans. You're breaking up. You're breaking up for a
like
second. Just repeat yourself. You broke up
Can
a
you hear
little
me
bit.
now?
Yeah.
I said I know I'm sounding like a gloomy Gus and all that kind of shit all the time whenever it comes to the state of the fucking world because I feel I can see an overview of where this world is fucking going, right? Even though you might not agree with everything that I fucking say, whatever. But it just seems like with the Palestine Israel shit that that constantly keeps going on, and the genocide that's going on, But I also feel like I feel like people on the left, in my personal opinion, like I get that you have to like be happy that there's some people who are kind of speaking out, but what I hate is that people don't think that when celebrities do it, that there isn't a kind of a fucking strategy for it. Because I do think that some of the fucking problematic figures that are saying they're pro-Palestinian, I think they're doing it at the behest of being part of the pro-Christian fundamentalist side. Because I do think that whether you want to believe it or not, I know people don't want to think about the overall view, but like if there's people who have this Christian fundamentalist end times prophecy, even if you don't believe in it, and I don't certainly believe in that shit, but there's people in power that do believe in it. And it's like whatever we say, like, oh look, a ceasefire is gonna happen. It's not gonna fucking happen because their end goal is to accomplish this end times prophecy. So to me, knowing that that's where it's going, and I believe that Trump will be crowned the king of Israel, or some shit like that. Like if I know where it's going, then it feels like every conversation about it is limited. Like, you know what I mean? Like it has to be like, oh, we can only hope for a ceasefire, but we know that it's not gonna fucking happen. They keep saying there will be, even when there is a temporary ceasefire, there's more fucking death, there's more genocide fucking going on. They clearly don't listen, and not only that, they're fucking gaslighting us. So I don't know, man. I'm losing kind of hope with like even the coverage of it as well, because it's only so much we can really say and do before something really. I mean, bad shit's happening right now, but I don't know what else I can fucking say, really. You know what I mean? Because I know where it's going, if that makes sense.
Right. I mean, I personally, I I've been on social media a little bit less than usual. I think people have realized that in recent weeks, maybe the past couple of months, because it's been becoming generally, at least for places like Twitter, because it's become clear to me that it's just not doing anything in the way that
Exactly.
previously I felt like it at least was. Um, it's very clear that the platform has changed, and it's not just Twitter, but it is. They are leading the way. But on top of that, the combination of that with what's going on in Gaza, with Israel's, you know, bombing of innocent civilians in an effort, with the most recent one, 4 hostages were saved at the expense of
Exactly.
more than 200 innocent Palestinians. Listen, I am glad that 4 people innocent people, were saved. But at the same time, like, it's very clear that Israel could have saved them in a number of ways. And also, it seems like from everything we've seen, I don't like has the hostages that have died, have been killed. I don't think we've been given one that hasn't been killed by Israel. I mean, not
Exactly.
obviously. I'm talking the hostages, not people on October 7th. Yes, Hamas killed
Yeah,
people on October 7th, but of the hostages that were taken into Gaza, so like saved in a sense of like, yeah, the hostages were brought back home, but like as far as we've seen, like it's not like their lives were, they saved them before they were killed or something. Like, I mean, if they did, it's because Israel didn't bomb them. I mean, so like the idea that, people are saying some truly heinous stuff about it was, those 4 people were worth the lives of all those innocent Palestinians is truly gross to me.
it's fucking
I've
disgusting.
said it over and over again. I don't want any innocent people to die. Uh,
Ditto.
Palestinian or Israeli or anything outside of that or in between. Um, but it is very clear that Israel doesn't feel the same way. I mean,
They
nor
don't.
have they ever really, honestly. Um,
Can
and
I?
people should not be cheering that on. And that's and and that's just one example of something that, like, what do you like what do you do there? Like, people have already, at this point, people have already made their decision online. The best thing you can do is, and I've had these discussions with people offline. Let me tell you, people who aren't online, I've talked to completely normie Democrats, people who are like their politics are like super anti-Trump, find him to be disgusting, but they're not very online. They just want to see Trump, lose. They were happy he got found guilty, but they're not like super like hardcore leftists. They're just like generic progressives. They vote Democrat. They go work, take care of their families, some even go to church. And talking with them, it's like night and day from what you see online. They're like, this is wrong what's going on in Gaza. They see it. They know it's wrong. And they're just like, it's night and day. So like, why am I gonna go online and have this skewed version of how things are on these platforms and waste my time talking with people who don't want to, talk about it? They just want to cheer on the deaths of innocent people. When I could be doing better work talking with people who care and aren't fucking psychos, to be quite honest.
If I listen, I know it's to me. I think it's personally a wrap for Biden, unless he has like a last minute emergency and they fucking bring someone else in. I don't know who they would, but I think it's a wrap for Biden. Even because again, there's a perception. This is another one of my issues. I don't mind anybody in the alt media criticizing Democrats, because you definitely fucking should. I hate people who pretend that, oh, I'm in the alt media, me criticizing the Democrats, I'm going against what the system wants me to. No, they don't actually want you to. If they wanted you to fucking vote for Biden, they would be doing a hell of a better job. It's supposed to look like fucking, like they're screwing over Republicans and Trump and all that kind of shit. They don't actually want you to vote for the Democrats. They're going to keep alienating you because these same centrists are probably on Trump's side anyways. They just pretend to fucking hate him. And then another thing, Matt, I'll make this prediction right now. I'll bet you because I'm noticing that there's certain people who say they're on the left who are starting to like act like Hamas are actually freedom fighters. I'm talking about the Jimmy Dore left, right? They keep talking about Hamas being freedom fighters, and I don't fuck with that, because Hamas wouldn't exist if it wasn't for Israel to exist. So hyping up Hamas as freedom fighters.
I do think. Listen, I do think there are Hamas fighters who are the children of people who were killed over the years. I mean, I don't think that it's clear, and I do think some of those people, I mean, are fighting for their lives. I mean, just like we are told that, and I believe it to some extent, obviously, that not everyone who supports Israel, or not even everyone in Israel, or even everyone in the IDF, feels this way about Palestinians. I mean, you also see how that same thing is true with Hamas. I mean, on October 7th, there are Hamas fighters who did absolutely heinous things, and then there are people who took part in the raid in terms of like going into to take hostages or whatever, but they didn't murder anyone or kill anyone or hurt. I mean, we saw a video of people just like going into people's houses, getting water and leaving. And then you have Israeli people saying, oh, we spoke with them and they left and they didn't do anything to us. Yeah, I mean, I do think there are different people. Again, I'm not saying I agree with them, but I'm saying there's also levels too.
No, hold on a second. If there's, I know there could be levels. But the whole point is that you radicalize enough people that have been through all that fucking trauma and seeing their families getting murdered. What I'm saying is that if Israel is part of the creation of why Hamas exists, even if you end up going there, you're still serving what Israel wants, in my personal opinion. And my prediction is,
some people, people will do what they feel like they need to. They don't think that way. They don't consider that way. I don't know. I personally think that it's I don't even like having these conversations. I know this is a space where we can have these conversations, but to me, like, I don't even like focusing on any of this, because this is conversation that can be had after this stops right now. Because to me, anything in all of this is just like diverting the focus from the ongoing daily deaths, killings, airstrikes, just even starvation of the Palestinian people.
I want to listen. I want to make it clear. I wanted to stop. I'm not trying to divert the conversation. Like, oh, I'm doing it in a way where I'm going. Do you condemn Hamas? And I said, in the bare minimum, you have to meet me in this conversation is admitting that it's a fucking genocide. You know what I mean? I'll condemn Hamas, but the fact of the matter is, if you don't acknowledge that it's a genocide, we have nothing to fucking talk about. If you're gonna be Ben Glebe or be some other fucking jerk off, I have nothing to fucking say to you if you're gonna deny that it's a genocide. My issue is that we're talking about people who are funded online, like people for the Jimmy Dore left in my personal, who do have power in the fucking discourse and have influence, who I notice have been more about pro Hamas in some regard. And that's my prediction, is that I bet you any money that one of the reasons why the fucking breach happened, I'm gonna bet you any money that it was because of some of the documents from that Trump's classified documents. That's gonna be the reason why this fucking security breach happened. And I'm gonna bet you any money they're gonna be.
I don't know. I think.
Hold on.
I think I don't think that. I think.
There's
Listen,
people-
I think that's too. I think that's even too. That's too much. I don't even think that. Listen, it's very clear that Hamas was seen preparing for October 7th. It's been said and told. I've seen the reports. I've heard it from reading reports from locals who said they had seen activity, or I think it was even like leaks from like people within the Israeli government or something like that. Don't quote me on exactly where it came from, but I heard that there was visual confirmation weeks, maybe even months prior to October 7th that showed Hamas was training for something. And Israel decided to turn a blind eye, and they brought all of their manpower to the north for oh my God, Hezbollah, potential conflict with Hezbollah. And October 7th happened, and there was nobody trying to stop them. I mean, it seems clear to me that either one of two things happened. The most ridiculous failure for them to view the obvious and take proper security precaution, or they wanted something to happen. I'm not saying they wanted this specific thing to happen, but they didn't really care if something happened because it would serve their political interests.
Listen, we can agree or disagree, but I personally think that if there is a tie-in to Trump's documents being part of the reason, I'm going to bet you that's going to be a reason for why a lot of people who say it on the left are going to go start saying Trump did more for Palestine than Joe Biden did. And you know that it's not far off, because guess what, man? Trump is not going away. I never seen such stupid fucking hype for such a shitty show trial in all this pro wrestling sports entertainment bullshit, where it's just gonna make him look. I honestly don't think people on the left are taking it as, like, the mainstream media are doing a job where they obviously are being shitty about the Joe Biden fucking what he's fucking doing with a genocide. But one thing that the mainstream media will fucking age well with, and we can disagree on it if you want, whatever, that all the shit they're preserving about Trump is gonna fucking come true. You know what I mean? I personally think all the stuff that they're saying about it, all the stuff that they're saying about, like, Russian agents, because the mainstream media is discredited, no one's gonna buy their country versus country aesthetic. I think fundamentalists are all about to take over this shit, bro. And I'm fucking scared out of my fucking mind. You know what I mean? But listen, I don't know what your alignment is, whatever, and all that, but I know that if fascism comes, I'm gonna be at the bottom of the fucking list, and I know I'm gonna be fucking dead. So this is why I'm fucking worried, because I'm too outspoken. I'm not gonna fucking bow down and suck Donald Trump's fucking dick when they crown him king in Israel. All right? I'm sorry, I'm not gonna fucking bow down to fascism. A lot of people on the left, I feel, are going in that fucking direction, and
I'll just give my buddy Tim Pool a call, and he'll make sure I'm on the right list.
I guess. Before I go,
it's gonna be like that scene in Goodfellas when they tell Joe Pesci he's gonna be a made man. I'm gonna be invited to have some sushi with the boys, and I'm gonna walk in, and they're gonna take me out.
That's what I'm a fucking fan of. Before I go, have you been keeping up with anything pro wrestling related or no?
Oh yeah, I've been paying attention.
Well, is there any storyline or anything that's like grabbing you right now?
I think it's actually pretty. I think they're in a very weird period where they are basically stuck with. And I'm not saying this to demean the wrestlers because this is the fact of where they are in the card because of what WWE has failed to do in terms of building them up. They're like Raw is just all mid carders right now. Like there's no
but
stars.
No, hold on a second. But the mid card storyline, I never remember a time where the mid card storylines have so much depth to them between Sami Zayn and Chad Gable. And
The Sami Zayn Chad Gable stuff is good, and I really feel like they dropped the ball. In just Sami Zayn just needed that one extra thing to make that jump to being a star. He was on the cusp, and I think he could still be there. I mean, all WWE guys are stars, I guess, but I mean, I'm talking about like main event status. And yes, he's been in main events, but he's not. The general WWE audience does not view Sami Zayn on the same level as your Seth Rollins, Roman Reigns, Cody Rhodes, even if you want to say John Cena's, Brock Lesnar's, for example. Like, they just don't view him as that yet. He just needed that one extra thing. You know what? Would a world title run, even a short one, have killed the show? There, like, have him take the title from Cody Rhodes for a couple of weeks. Seriously.
I don't think they're gonna do that with. I don't think they're gonna let Cody Rhodes get out of the SmackDown right now. Has been abysmal with the Bloodline being in a placeholder feud, kind of in a way. But you're not liking what Braun Breaker's doing on the main roster. I think Braun Breaker.
I'm not sold on Braun Breaker. I think he's good. I think he's good. They haven't. I feel, but they just haven't. He's missing something, and that's on them. That's not like I think he's a great in-ring talent. Something's. He feels like an NXT guy visiting the main show. He doesn't feel like a main roster guy to me yet, and that's not because he doesn't have the talent. It's because they haven't done that. Something's missing.
I'm not even going to mention AEW is all scattered all over the fucking place. Even though
I'm rooting for them, but there's no doubt about it. They have felt lost since CM Punk left. I'm not even just saying that because I'm a CM Punk fan. They lost that momentum when he left.
That's why I'm gonna predict that one day we're gonna see an right now they're doing a little AEW invasion in NXT right now with all the with either Sean Spears, Ethan. Did you see Ethan Page debut for NXT?
I did see that. Yep.
That was good. Okay, and then
a good way to build him up. But I always hate when they bring someone in just to have them lose their first match. It's just such a bad way to start. Like, would it have killed him to have for them to debut him 1 week earlier and have him win in a squash to actually give him some like momentum in this company? Because there's tons of people who don't know him from outside WWE.
No, I get that. Well, by the way, before I really
they did it for Jordan Grace. They gave her that squash match, so she actually looked like a real threat to. What were you saying?
I'm trying to think. We're going to see an Impact invasion soon if they're going to be working together with because people are hinting, and there is talent in AEW that I want to see. Like, for example, Josh Alexander. Like, I would love to see Josh Alexander in one of the big fucking companies, because that guy, he was like the best Impact champion they fucking had. He had a really good reign with it. But before I do really go, I want to suggest on Viceland, if you can find it online, because you're a WCW guy, watch the documentary Who Killed WCW, because it all features all WCW people on it.
Oh, that's the Vice one, right? Yeah.
It's a 4-part. So right now they're just going through. If you know the story. The reason why it's more interesting is because they're getting guys like Kevin Sullivan to be on it. Conan's on it. Brad Siegel from Turner is on it, and Bischoff. You know what I mean? But it's like if you know the story, you know the whole fucking story. So the whole thing is about different people. The last episode, Bret Hart and Goldberg were like shitting on each other during
really? They got them both on.
they weren't confronting each other directly.
No, I know,
they're-
but they got them both to sit down for the documentary. Wow.
and basically Bret Hart was just shitting on him for his carelessness, and he blames him for a concussion.
Well,
And Goldberg's like, how much could I fucking do, huh? I already apologized and all that kind of stuff. So as a WCW fan, I think you would enjoy it, and I'll just leave you with that.
I will say it is funny that like there have been guys who've been injured, and the person who injures them is very apologetic, and the guy is like, yeah, listen, it happens. Don't feel guilty. And Bret Hart, who I think is really not only one of the greatest wrestlers of all time, but I think he's one of the most legit people to come out of that industry of all time, like period. Like he seems like a down to earth, legit good guy. He's not one of those people who's forgiving Goldberg. Is very funny to me. Like D'Lo Brown paralyzed Draws, rest in peace, and Draws was like, "It happens, I forgive you," and Bret Hart is just like, "Fuck Goldberg." It's very funny.
Do you think? Remember when they gave Goldberg that push in '98 to beat Hogan? Do you think? Again, this has been my fucking. I watched a DDP document, the A&E one. And because DDP already had a storyline with the NWO and he was crossing over to the mainstream with Karl Malone, my personal theory is you could have kept Goldberg heated in '98 in the summer with the U.S. title, right? And you should have had DDP beat Hogan at the Georgia Dome, so you could have had the hype there. And then, realistically, Hogan would have won it back like a month later or something like that. But then I would have prolonged Goldberg to then win World War III in November, the Royal Rumble equivalent. And then Goldberg should have beaten Hogan at Starrcade of that year instead of doing the Kevin Nash and Goldberg thing. Because I think like the Goldberg shit, they fucking like, even though he won the championship, it was a big moment. I don't think they capitalized off his title run as good as it should have been. Do you agree?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I think I mean, DDP, I think they really should have pushed harder with. I think he was insanely over, and they didn't give him.
They made him win the title in '99 in a random 4-way match, and on his A&E documentary, he's like, "I finally made it to world champ." But I'm like, that's such a attitude era level storyline that you won it when WCW was in the mud, basically. Because after the finger poke of doom, they basically, because that's the one thing the documentary focuses on, that after the finger poke of doom, that's when the company started losing momentum and even losing funding. And then Bischoff talked about how the company was accusing him of mishandling funds, and he goes, from that day forward, I said to myself, no more loyalty to this company ever again, basically. So that's episode 2. Right now, there's 2 episodes. I suggest if you're a WCW fan and you want to hear from some WCW guys, I think you personally would like it, bro. So I'll leave you with that. Thanks for having me on, man. Peace out.
Take care, Hansi. Great convo. I loved when you come on and we discuss everything under the sun. I gotta say, honestly, the wrestling talks have been a bright spot in terms of like me doing my show, because over these past couple of weeks, because and months really, because there's nothing like negative about talking about wrestling. There's nobody dying. There's nobody. I mean, listen, actually, I take it back. Today, Logan Paul did oh my God, Logan Paul with the U.S. title did a shoot with Donald Trump. Did you see that? Yeah, go to Logan Paul's Twitter. He's holding up the WUS title, and him and Donald Trump are face to face promoting an upcoming Donald Trump's going to be on Logan Paul's podcast.
Oh, fuck, man.
And listen, whatever. Donald Trump's going on Logan Paul's podcast. I don't care about that. But WWE didn't have a problem with him using their belt to promote it, and they let him use the belt as a prop. It's not even just like it's in the background. It's a prop. Like they're doing like a face-to-face, like an MMA like showdown thing to promote the podcast, and the WWE title is right there.
Do you think before the election Donald Trump will show up on WWE television?
No.
I mean, he's showing up in UFC. I wouldn't be surprised if he did. But
They're not gonna. WWE has wanted to stay away from integrating. At least like last time they did it was like in 2008 when they did a thing with like a Hillary and an Obama and a fake Hillary, Obama and McCain, if I remember.
But they have DeSantis do a private. They did a private show for DeSantis in the pandemic.
They've never. I'm not saying they don't have a clear bias. What I'm saying is it's been decades since they've actually integrated a political candidate into the actual show, like on-screen thing. I thought they wanted to stay away from that. Maybe it's different now that they're partnered with now that they're in the same company with UFC.
No, I get that. The only caveat about mentioning wrestling, I feel bad because maybe your viewership drops, and I don't like being the cause of your viewership dropping because we talk wrestling. So I
don't care, man. I don't care, man. I just got a tweet adding me. Like, it's in my replies because I see it. So is Matt Binder a paid Progressive Victory shill too? He's now associated himself with them. I let you guys know. I am completely everything that I can disclose. I disclose. I told you guys when I worked with Cynthia Nixon's campaign. I told you guys when I worked with Justice Democrats, which in turn I did work, and I told you guys this. I did work with through Justice Democrats. I did work on projects for Jamal Bowman's 2020 campaign, for Jessica Cisneros' campaigns, both of them. Who else? I did work in the 2020 presidential primary with Justice Democrats. I told you guys all of this. I've disclosed everything and literally everything. There's no secret money source for me. The only thing I'm working with Progressive Victory is because they already have an established on-the-ground effort to help knock on doors and canvass for Jamal Bowman's campaign. And for me, I think that there's nothing, again, they should disclose. I wouldn't do any sort of, if I was a candidate, I wouldn't do any sort of work with that, if you even could, because it's dark money. I wouldn't do that. As a streamer, I would want to know where that money is coming from. But in terms of like, this is a canvassing event for Jamal Bowman. I don't see, I don't see any conflict of interests for this specific event. It's just, if you do, let me know.
Well, right now, I don't know. Jamal Bowman seems like one of the more decent people and thing, whatever. At least you're not doing what Jank is doing and interviewing RFK on Monday, basically. He's gonna interview RFK basically, and it's probably be a softball interview. He's gonna interview a guy that was on Epstein's island. I guarantee you they won't push back against it. But I mean, I just feel like everything in the alt media is falling to shit, bro. But I mean, you and the leftist mafia, I feel like you guys are probably bright spots in this space, whatever. Because I'm losing. I just get sick of people who cover the news, then they become the fucking news. It's like I need to find an outlet where I'm just getting the fucking news, especially in the alt media. I don't like mainstream media, so I don't go to the mainstream media. So I've got into a pickle of going to online, like Democracy Now!, whether it's Lands from the Serfs or whatever and all that, or Majority Report, TYT I keep an eye on because they're still doing the progressive shtick while they're normalizing more right-wing talking points and all that kind of stuff, and and doing more fear on crime and all that kind of shit. So I mean, so you guys are bright spots in it for me at least. Otherwise, I want to give up on like even paying attention to this shit. But I feel I have to because the world's like gonna collapse any fucking minute. So it's good to talk about wrestling with you though, bro. I appreciate you spitting,
I
wrestling.
really got to relaunch my wrestling channel. I got to do it. I got to just go for it. I got to get that wrestling channel back up and running.
Alright,
I mean,
man.
it's still there. I just haven't updated it in years. It's got a decent
So
subscriber count too.
if you do, I'll definitely try to contribute and have conversation with you. That's cool, man. But I'm
Yeah,
gonna let
definitely.
I'm gonna let other callers get through, bro. I've been on for too long. I apologize to the
No, it
audience.
was a
and all
good
that.
conversation. If I thought you were, listen, I've shut you down when I thought you were going nowhere. So trust me, it's a good convo. Have a great night.
Peace out, man.
All right, let's go back to the phones. Oh, just lost somebody. Um. Hey, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello, this is Osama, and this time I'm calling from Canada.
Oh, you went back.
I went back. I graduated and then went back.
You left the
And you can
U.S.
see,
as soon as you could. You were like, I'm getting the fuck out of here.
not really, I stayed a month, but that was because of
That's
I
not
put
that long to stay after graduating. You stayed. That's like
is.
I'm wrapping up. I'm wrapping
I
up
need a
things
job.
here. Oh yeah, but
I
that's
need
like
money.
I'm wrapping up things here. No one expects you to graduate college and that same day leave the campus dorms and take a train back to Canada. You need some time to
My
wrap
parents were
things
like,
up, close
"You
up loose
crack."
ends,
My
pay
parents
off,
were crying
pay,
like,
pay back
"You-
people you owe money so they don't come looking for you in Canada.
No, my parents were like, you were crying about the US, now you're taking so long.
Oh wow, they wanted you back ASAP.
No, they're not in Canada, they're in Pakistan.
Oh, they wanted you in Canada. I don't know. So we want to talk about.
Yeah, so there's a few things. First, like you said, you'll have Arun on your show. At,
No, he was on left. He was on Leftist
I
Mafia.
know. Oh, he was. I thought you were talking about his future one. Yeah, that's what I wanted to talk about because he's very knowledgeable about. You can't see me at all. I don't know why my camera's open. But yeah, he was very knowledgeable about.
Oh wait. You want me? You can pull the camera up, and I'll pull you up if you want.
Sure. See this. Whoa.
We can see the mystery. Ooh, who's talking to Matt? I don't know. He lives in the shadows. No, go ahead.
Yeah, so he's very knowledgeable about Sri Lanka and India, but I don't know. I mean, he has Pakistani people in his chat, but he said some wrong things that I wanted to correct.
Uh-oh.
I'll try to correct him on it as well if I can get to his show.
Coming out swinging here. Uh-oh. Go ahead.
Have to- No, so yeah, I guess in order. Okay, I'll start with this. He said something about the Saraki people, but in the end, which were supposedly like the south. They're in South Punjab, like the center sort of. And the problem with that is they aren't Saraki people. I don't know why he said that.
They're on what?
They aren't Saraki people. Saraki is just the language. He was
Really?
talking to, yes. Yeah, and online there's a lot of misinformation about that. So what he said about the Punjabis calling them other stuff, it's actually the opposite. There's some weird story about distinguishing them from other people. So what it is that it's a center language, like it's in the center, and there's a lot of different groups. So some of them are Baloch. I'm one of them. So he basically said something wrong about my people. So I thought I'd correct that first. and they are Baloch. They're Sindhi. They're Pashtun. Some of them are Punjabi, and some of them are independent. There's like a language close to Saraki. I don't know if it's exactly Saraki, called Hazarawal, which speak Saraki and aren't related to any other people. So there's like different groups that are all speak the same language, but there's no one people called Saraki or whatever. It's just a language.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
Uh-oh. We're going to have to call him out next time on this.
I'll talk to him. Hopefully, I can get on his stream as well.
I'm gonna
And-
have to. We're gonna have to have him on. And as he gets talking about it, I'm gonna go. Interesting, you say that, because I have on, and he's gonna go, "Oh my
Oh,
God, Osama, what a fucking nightmare!" And and you're gonna correct him on stream. No, I mean I don't. It would be interesting to hear you guys discuss, because I wonder what he. If he has something
Alright.
if he has something
his
to say
sources are.
that will put you in your place. I don't know. We'll see.
What the sources are. I mean, it would be kind of hard. It'd be like someone going in and telling someone from like New Jersey, "Oh, you're actually a New Yorker."
Right,
But
yeah.
okay, okay. But maybe like but there's a lot of misinfo about that, which is why I think I don't know where it got messed up, like the signals. Another thing he said, which isn't as bad, but I guess kind of irked me, is he said that Pakistan is like North India, even though before that he said about the different groups, like there are these different groups. So he could have been more precise with that language. It's not a big issue. It's a smaller one. Uh,
Oh.
because like Pakistan is, even though it's such a small area, is very diverse, just like India is very diverse. So you can't like call all of it one thing, because it was never like one area to begin with, just like India wasn't one area to begin with
Right.
before the British made the countries. But that was like I think more of a he was in the mood type deal. He was thinking about Punjab most likely, which is kind of like North India, which is like one region, and even that North Punjab more like. But another thing, this one's also not that big, is he called Sindh the power center, but Sindh's also oppressed by Punjab. We discussed it before as well a little bit when I talked about Balochistan.
You're coming into this with knives out, man. What do you have against? I thought he was great. Jeez, what are you doing? Oh, no, I'm joking. No, if I think it's good that there's like, maybe like minor things that could it also be dependent on both of you are correct, but it's presented differently depending on what your background is.
It could be the people in his community where they are, because there are people who are. Of course, it's much easier for like people who are in bigger cities because they're more connected to the world outside. Just like people in New York would be more cosmopolitan than some small area, rural area in Kentucky, right? In that sense, so that they look more outwards. But again, New York is such a big and insulated place that they might think they know something about Kentucky, but they're actually wrong about it, as an example. So it might be something like that. Or it could be like the view, because it's I guess because I'm from like a group that's at the bottom, so and I'm on the outskirts of like mainstream stuff, so a lot of that stuff is just through word of mouth and like connections and all that, like lived experience type stuff. It could be that they're in the mid, like the people he gets his info from, because he's not Pakistani, might be somewhere in the middle, and there might be that perception, because a lot of the times I might be wrong, there's narratives built, right? And those narratives might be correct or they might not be. But I guess that's the final thing, is when I came on, I said it's just my perspective because I'm not an expert, even for the Baloch people. Like a common guy just saying. I feel like he could have not come off as that much of an expert, because it's not on him, but the people who watch Leftist Mafia might not ever hear about Pakistan in that much detail again. And he came off as an expert, so they might think that he knows what he was talking about in all these aspects, like, and not be more curious about investigating it. So that might just leave a wrong impression.
Right.
But yeah, that was, and I still want to get on Leftist Mafia sometimes. Then I can correct him and talk about Balochistan.
Yeah, sounds good. We'll have to set that up.
Yeah. Other than that, the what was Hansi saying about Israel, and like he was talking about them deliberately letting October 7 happen or something. Or
I
didn't catch
no, we were Well, I mentioned that.
Oh, okay. But like you're talking about, like, I guess the democratic discussion is kind of getting old. It's like unless Biden changes something, voters are going to do what they're going to do. So talking about the elections is kind of, I don't know. Just instead of that, get Biden to change his stance and like keep working on that. And even if he wins the election, keep working on that. Uh, I don't know what else. Like, I don't think voting for someone is going to indicate any sort of support, but also like it's a waste of time because who are you trying to even talk to? I don't know. Like, are you talking to your own people, the people who agree with you already? Like,
Right.
elections are in November. The people who aren't going to vote for Biden because they think that he's that voting, they consider voting to be a form of support or whatever. They're not going to listen to you if you uh, be condescending to them about like Trump coming back. And then the people who are going to vote for Biden, if you're like someone who's not going to vote for Biden, you being like Biden supporting a genocide isn't going to convince them. So it's just a waste of time.
Right.
You can both but you can both say, let's try to get him to change his policies before the election. Either way, like even if you're not going to vote for Biden, I think it's better if he changes his policies. Even if you, no matter what he does, you're not going to vote for him. It's still good to push him to change his policies.
Right. Absolutely. No, I agree, and that's why I think you've heard that over and over again. I think yes, there is value there. Although, I don't know how much value there is left in it on that specific issue.
I mean,
but we'll see. We'll see.
Still like 5.5 or 6. There's like a lot of starving people, and the death toll isn't going to be from direct killing anyways. It's going to be from starvation and disease. So there's always time, even if it's too late, to change that. Because ultimately, if I feel like Biden and the US also knows that if you change now, then the old hegemony, it's like really hard to come back. Then Israel has to come to a reckoning. As soon as the US flips on Israel, even on this one thing, it can't go back. People won't let it go back. Unless, of course, the Republicans come and they do whatever authoritarianism they do. But so they feel, I feel like people who support Israel in that way know that as soon as this one thing is done, everything else just comes falling down. So maybe that's why they're so resistant.
Right.
They can't say something like, okay, we're gonna stop this thing in Gaza, but then Israel will just pack up its bag and return to the status quo before October 7th, and that's it. We won't discuss anything else. Like that would look really weird. Everyone would push them on it.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I feel that way. I mean, I mean, I probably, honestly, I've been saying bringing up how, like, I really want to get this newsletter and these solo, like, these videos out, like these video pieces out. I probably would have already had both going if it wasn't for this, like, dragging me down in terms of, like, what to cover, being able to do this without losing my mind. It's a tough time.
Yeah. I feel like the only options are that either you let Israel continue, and it's not just Benjamin Netanyahu, it's the entire government structure and a lot of the Israeli public, or you stop. Like, it's going to be a major shift either way. Like you can just put a pin in it, type of like let's stop here. Like no, don't move anywhere from here. Either Israel is gonna get what it wants, or Israel is gonna have to have a reckoning. Even if Israel gets what it wants, Israel will still have a reckoning.
I can't even imagine what happens after this election. Like we are like I don't even know what the political sort of outlook
It's
is.
insane.
Like I don't even know what happens. I don't even know like even if Biden wins, like
Yeah.
how much. First of all, how much longer could this possibly go on with Israel just decimating Gaza? Like how much longer can this go on? Like I don't get it. Like when there's going like when it what will be the moment when somebody
I
does
think
something and says
yeah.
enough is enough.
I
Like
think
you
yeah.
gotta
Is
do it. You gotta make a deal so this ends, and you get your innocent hostages, and
there are
innocent
no further
Palestinians
left.
stop being killed. Like I don't get what. Like
I feel like
I don't see like it's like really agitating to me. Like you would have thought this
the,
moment would have already come. Here we are in June.
yeah the
It's been 9 months. It's been nine
and I feel
months.
like Israel itself has killed most of its own hostages. So I don't know how many are even
I
alive.
mean,
Is there any left?
as far as I've seen in reporting, and I'm not just saying this. I'm talking just I'm stating fact here. I haven't seen
Yeah.
any reporting that. Again, I want to make it absolutely clear because I don't want my words being twisted.
Yes.
Innocent people in Israel were killed by Hamas on October 7th.
Of course.
I'm specifically talking about the hostages who were taken into Gaza.
No, I mean,
I
me
have
too.
not heard of any report, a single report of those hostages being killed by Hamas in Gaza.
No, 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 no.
I haven't.
I haven't either. But I have heard Israel killed those 3 hostages. Like that's the one they apologized for, and that's the one we can verify. What about the uh, hostages that just died at some random bombing? And
Right.
what about the hostages that maybe died because there was no food?
Yeah.
Because Palestinians
Oh,
are
I
dying
mean,
because of
it's
it.
if you hear them, the hostages who have been taken out, and whoa, we just got a bunch of people in the Twitch chat. I'm not sure where they came from. It doesn't say. It doesn't say who raided me. That's weird.
Hopefully they're not bots. Random,
No, they're definitely
random.
not bots.
Okay.
Anyway, be sure to hit that follow button on Twitter, on Twitch. Just hit the follow button, even if you can't stick around. And the hostages who have been released or have escaped and are in Israel now, they've said like they keep listing like I think it's interesting that most of these hostages, especially the ones who've been there for a while, and just the ones that have been interviewed so far and the ones I've read so far, they seems like they're being completely honest about their experience to the ire of their more hardcore right wing fellow Israeli citizens.
Yeah.
I've seen them attacked for just saying that, like, obviously we were hostages, but like the thing I was worried the most about wasn't being killed by anyone there. It was being hit by an IDF missile or starving to
Soldier.
death.
Or starving to death. Yeah. Yeah. I
Yeah.
feel like if you remove this aspect of like Islamophobia and racism,
Wait, hold on. Hold on one
that
second. I still don't see in the thing. Usually it says so and so rated you. I see a bunch of the people who are in the Twitch chat saying that Vosh rated
Someone-
me. So
okay.
thank you, Vosh. I appreciate it.
Some people might know
It's
me
been a
from there.
while.
Then.
It's been a while.
Some-
Vosh was on that original Leftist Mafia
Yeah.
election
You don't-
night stream
Yeah,
before there
you
was a
don't match
Leftist
a lot.
Mafia.
You don't match a lot in terms of when you stream. So a lot of some of the people who came by probably know me as well. So
Oh,
if there's anyone,
cool.
yeah. I don't.
That's
I
really
listen
weird though. Why doesn't Twitch say who it's from? I've never seen that before. Every time it
Um,
says,
he could
"Oh,
have
he
done it through
rated
his
he
website.
rated from his site." Oh, okay.
Yeah. I figured.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
That's the confusion. Okay.
So the people who are like offline right now, which I interact with more, in his site are probably there. They're not viewing Twitch, but they're viewing you. Like they're not gonna comment. But yeah, I was saying, like, if you remove the racism and Islamophobia and think of them as rational, like human beings, like how human beings would act, it's in their incentive to keep the hostages alive. Like, and if you think about like each step that they've
Well,
taken,
I
like,
would say, like Israel's latest action. If I was one of the hostages still in Gaza, I would be worried that like, what if Hamas starts to think that there is no value in keeping you alive?
that's true.
Like,
Uh,
like that's insane that they would not.
I feel like,
Listen, Israel has done so many things that makes it clear that they, in fact, do not really care about
yeah,
priority number one being saving the hostages. They've made that crystal clear.
yeah,
Even people, literally, I'm not saying anything that the hostages' families haven't also said. Like, this
yeah.
is literally what they have shared. They and it's very clear they've said that Israel does not prioritize saving their family members, and
So
it's
yeah,
hard to
if
argue otherwise.
I feel like in that case, like if Hamas, not as does what I would, because I wouldn't kidnap people, but as if there was like for some reason a strategy there, it would make more sense for Hamas to be like, okay, like if they can't feed them or they don't have the resources or whatever, be like, just record your video and say what you want to say, and then just let them go wherever they are in Palestine because they'll be starving there anyways, and Israel's bombing them. So, on the off chance for Israelis PR, for Hamas's own PR, some Israel bombs just happen to bomb the same area where they just released the hostages into Palestine. Hamas saying because Israel's not negotiating with us and doesn't care about its own hostages anyways, they're in Gaza somewhere. You can get them if you want.
I was
because
trying to say that, I was trying to say this earlier, but I don't think I was so clear. Like, Israel says they saved those 4 hostages, and listen, like that's, I guess, the vernacular you use, but like, to me, like 200 plus innocent Palestinians were killed to save those 4 hostages, but as far as we've seen, those hostages weren't in like any immediate imminent threat on their lives from their captors. Like, we know this from like it wasn't like they saved them from moments from dying. Like, of course they're probably happy to go home. That's not the argument. But they could have been happy to go home in a scenario where Israel negotiated a hostage deal, which would have still saved those 4 and more innocent Israeli hostages without also imminently taking the lives of hundreds of innocent Palestinians.
I feel like I feel like this might be. I mean, it is a conspiracy theory, but not a far-fetched one. They knew about some of the hostages where they are, but they didn't do anything about it because the hostages being hostages is more advantageous for them than them being free, in a way. And they did it right now as a message because the US was saying there's this deal that Israel made up and Netanyahu doesn't want to accept that deal. So maybe he wanted this thing to rile people up, and maybe to get, like, Gantz was leaving his administration, maybe he wanted Gantz to stay, or like something like that, where it was like some political calculus where we knew these hostages are here, but now we're going to take action. We didn't before, but now there's like a political reason to take action. And in the process, of course, it's the IDF, so they just kill everyone else.
Right.
And realistically, they keep saying that there's like I heard people saying there's like 5 or 4 hostages and then 7 homes or 6 homes. I don't remember the exact number. The people were saying it like 1 hostage was kept in 1 home, but that seems less likely. It's more likely all of them were in a single home, and the rest of them were like just random people. Because why would they have a separate home for each hostage? That doesn't make any sense either. If it's just 4 hostages, it's not like there's a lot.
Right. I mean, the max they could have been is in 4 homes if one person was in each separate one.
Yeah, that's the maximum, and even that doesn't add up. But more than likely, just 1. and then the rest were just random people.
I mean, I don't even know what's more likely, but the fact is
Yeah.
they went to more than 4 places, which
Yep,
means they
and
went to more than the places where they
they
actually
killed like
were.
the children. Like it wasn't like they just killed like the adults or whatever. They killed elderly people and they killed children who like what would they have done?
Yeah.
So that's it. Like again, Israel likes if it gets to that minutia. But another thing I think is Israel's law. Like every fascist state has this moment, right, where they just lose everything. Like it's not going to benefit Israel either way. Even if they somehow end up getting rid of all the Palestinians, Israel won't be safer or stable. Like it'll be closer to collapse than it was before all of this. Either way.
Right.
So it's not. I don't think there's anything logical going on. I think it's just the some of it's the political calculus of Netanyahu being like selfish and trying to retain his power, and there's this mania that Netanyahu is using to do that, which I feel like he himself isn't that insane, or he might be. I don't know. But people in his cabinet, the people he's put in charge because he needed power, and the people who vote for him now are in that state,
Right.
and he knows that.
Yes.
Yeah, it's. And other than Israel, I don't know what happens with everything else because I feel like we're entering this age that existed before the League of Nations was a thing, where it's just like regional conflicts instead of like this global narrative like we had with the Cold War or whatever. It's just these random regional conflicts happening all over, and there's no stability, and countries keep changing hands, and borders are unstable. We might be returning to that sort of world
Yeah.
because like the US was always hypocritical, but the level of hypocrisy has reached such a point that I feel like maybe some countries risk it and be like, we're gonna do our stuff, and that causes more instability. And I feel like China is not interested in being the hegemon in that way. They don't want to deal with all these issues, so they're gonna let US do and then mess it up.
We overcompensate, maybe is the word I'm looking for. I mean, there is there is something to simply just being like, we're not getting involved, and I think
yeah, but
there's many places where we shouldn't.
That's true. I'm talking more about like the sense of like a global checks and balances. Like it's not just the US, it's other countries as well. Being like, if two smaller countries are fighting, we're going to stop them from just exchanging borders every few years or whatever, like they used to. Whereas that's like kind of dead breaking down, sort of like every country saying that's not our headache type deal, and we have our own issues to deal with, and not having that global perspective anymore, like reverting to the pre-World War One nativist or local like this area that we have matters. Other stuff we don't really need to deal with. Like China could say like the East Asia and Southeast Asia is where our focus should be. Everything else like Middle East, whatever, Africa, we'll use them, but we don't really care what's happening there. And similarly with the US and all these other places, Europe, and like more wars basically happening between neighbors for these territorial reasons.
Right.
Uh,
Well,
yeah.
well,
The wrestling. Yeah, I forgot. I feel like you were talking about the wrestling, and I kind of disagree, in the sense that I feel like there are personalities there right now in the WWE, and that's sort of carrying them through the like post-Roman lull period, because before like there's all these random names we don't even remember, like the 2000s and late 90s and 2010s. But for in this era, we have like I feel like there's these big stars that can take up the next role whenever WWE wants them to, like Kevin Owens, AJ Styles, Randy Orton, even smaller ones like LA Knight. I feel like Sami Zayn. You said Sami Zayn doesn't feel that big. I think he feels that big, but his booking isn't like
no, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. His it's not him.
Yeah.
It's how he's been pushed and presented. Like they had
Yeah,
a
but,
moment
like,
where he
I
could
feel
have.
like it's
He
a
had a moment where he could have made that crossover.
he could still that's what I think.
Oh,
Like,
he
I feel
still
like
can. Yeah, he
it's
still
not
can.
like and immediately
And I'm a huge
like,
Sami
all
Zayn
it
fan. I'm a
needs would
huge.
be
I've been a fan of
strong
his
promos.
for.
No, he's
I
good.
saw him. I saw him wrestle in person dozens and dozens of times at the Hammerstein Ballroom when he was with Ring of Honor as El Generico, even though El Generico may be a completely different person who's currently working at a Mexican orphanage.
There were some issues with the poor guy. I think it's some gang related violence. Yeah, I know. I understand that. I feel like I'm talking about in universe, in WWE's universe, not the actual human being with the talent. He could. I feel like he's at that spot that whenever it's needed, he can turn off the switch and with like 2 or 3 promos get there and be believable in terms of defeating any of the world champions.
All right.
I think the biggest problem for WWE right now is how they're presenting Damian Priest. And maybe it's because he's a transitional champion in their eyes. I don't know what they're doing because he seems weaker than he should.
Right.
And Liv Morgan, because I get the aspect of revenge or whatever, but she has none of her own feuds and she's just
Dominic Mysterio. Have someone to feud with. I guess they're trying to make Zelina Vega because they did something with the LWO recently, but she's just like some obsessed, I'm going to steal your boyfriend type. And she's the world champion.
Yeah.
Defend the championship.
Right.
What going?
Osama, sorry to cut you short here. We got to talk wrestling. Let's have a longer wrestling chat another day because I'm looking. There's a bunch of people who still want to call in. It's getting late. We've been out here for a half an hour. Time flies when you're having fun. I didn't even realize we were talking for that long. So we'll talk about the wrestling stuff next week, and have a great night.
I tried to arrange the stuff this time for sure.
Right. Take care. Have a good night.
Have a good one.
All right, let's go back to the phones. Let's see. Who's calling? I got a bunch of people calling at the same time. And somehow it all hung up on them. Oh. All right, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to try to take 2 to 3 calls. They got to be short calls, though, okay? Hey, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Matt. It's Adam from San Diego.
Hey, Adam. How you doing?
All right. I haven't talked to you in a few weeks. You're welcome to use my video if you want. I actually calling about maybe bringing this all a little full circle. I was actually calling about your guest an hour ago.
Yeah, sure. No, please. I welcome. Listen, people should know me by now, and if you don't know me, you'll get to know me really fast. There's no topic off limits. There's no anything. Literally, we can talk about anything, and you will get a full, honest. I got nothing. I disclose everything and anything. There's no secrets. No, whatever you need to know. And if I know it, it's all yours.
Oh, sure, man. We've talked. I've called into you maybe 4 or 5 times before. I'm usually sitting in the dark. You've complimented my weird darkness lighting before.
Well, you're nice and bright today.
I am sitting in the light. Usually when I've called in, I've talked about protest action and being on the ground anti-Zionist Jew. But I don't have the heart for that conversation. The title stream is Progressive Victory, and the gentleman Sam you had on was from an organization called Progressive Victory. But I wanted to talk with you about the concept of progressive victory, not not in any way beholden to whatever that organization is specifically.
Right, just like not specific organization, just progressives winning or something. Right. Yes.
So, like, Sam's doing that in New York. I'm in San Diego. Now, like, a lot of people could look at San Diego city government and say, Okay, that's a win for the left. That's a win because
Oh,
we have
it's
not
no,
we have
I
nine Democrat city councilors and a Democrat mayor. A
well,
lot of peer.
we should make it clear up front though, and I think I know where we're going with this. Democrat does not equal progressive. That should be anyone who's in this space should know it's crystal clear. I mean, listen, I view myself as a leftist, which to me is further to the left, obviously,
Yeah,
than even
as do I.
than even a progressive. Now, there's overlap between progressives and leftists. I do feel like progressives and leftists are usually on the same, are lock in step in most places. I just think leftists take it further. For example, progressive may not be a socialist, but they're not anti-socialist. I do view
Yeah.
progressives as allies 100%. I don't feel the same way about Democrats. Can there be Democrats who are progressive? Can there be Democrats that are leftists? Yes. Democrat on its own does not equal progressive or
But
leftist.
there can't be a Democrat that isn't a liberal, and that's the problem. Like even a progressive Democrat is still going to be a liberal, and I believe it was Kwame Ture who said, "A liberal is a person who is in favor of every civil rights movement except for the current one, and is
Well,
against
that's not. I would say
every
that
war
that's
except for
not
the
true
current
about.
one."
I would say it's not true about, for example, Jamal Bowman, though.
Okay, I mean that's fair. There certainly are more progressive. Oh, yes, there are some Democrat people who have chosen to run under the DNC banner, who are therefore called Democrats, who may really be progressives, and use the DNC platform as a higher one than like running as a DSA candidate or some insane thing like that. I mean, I absolutely see what you're saying, but I guess where I was kind of going with this is that, like, I mean, I already live in a city where the situation is that the Overton window has shifted to the left, to enough to the left where there's never going to be a viable Republican candidate here. But now the thing is there's a new right, and that right is regular old Democrats. And so I guess I'm trying to, listening to your guest and through my own struggles. I'm a regular caller to my state's senator, my assemblyman, all these people. How does incremental electoralism ever get us to progressive victory when moving left is always creating a new right?
That's a good question. I mean, I do think there are. I mean, you have to zoom out and look broadly. Like, you can't look at a year. You have to look at 5 years, 10 years. And you do see that over these longer periods of time. I mean, moving left has obviously, I mean, you could just tell by what the, what things are accepted now that weren't accepted even 10, 15, 20 years ago. I do think that electing progressive or left-leaning candidates has moved the country broadly further to the left. The problem is we are so far to the right that even those small steps feel like we are leaps and bounds away from where we need to be. I understand the sentiment. There are times, I mean, I spoke about earlier how, I feel we're in a particularly tough period of time where it does feel more helpless than I can recall feeling since, I don't know, 2004, 2005, maybe 2004, really?
I'll tell you, it's the worst I've ever seen it in my entire life. So,
I mean, post 9/11 was rough because this was our own people. I mean, George Bush had like a 90-something% approval rating after 9/11. We invaded Afghanistan and Iraq. I'm not trying to like compete here, but I would say for me at least, yeah, it feels like these two eras are competing for the all-time worst.
I mean, the Vietnam-Cuban Missile Crisis era wasn't great.
Well, I wasn't alive then, so
me either.
I could only go by what I was alive for.
Sure.
Yeah. But I do think I do think progress is made when good candidates get into office and have political power. I also think we are in a time where we are currently going backwards for a bit. I mean, I think a mistake.
Definitely winning.
I don't know about that, but I don't see Trump is. I don't think Trump is definitely winning, but I also don't see what Biden offers going forward. I'm not saying he doesn't offer more than Trump. I'm just saying I don't see what he's going. Like I can't envision what comes next. Is what I'm trying to say. I don't. Listen, I couldn't have envisioned that all of a sudden after the pandemic we were going to go through this crazy time period where conspiracy theories are completely normalized, where we are going backwards on LGBTQ rights, specifically with trans people. I could have never imagined that any sort of truly leftist policy like Medicare for all would be completely devoid of any conversation. It's not even it's nowhere. No one's even talking about it.
Yeah, we forgot about that somehow. That's pretty funny.
I could have never imagined this was like, I'm not saying we were never going to lose something or something which is never going to be a lost effort, or no, of course. But what I'm saying is usually through every period of time I've lived or at least been aware of minus post 9/11, even if some specific thing was bad, there was something else going on that was going good. I currently don't feel like we have that.
No, I don't either.
Yeah. For example, 2016, Bernie lost, but I felt like something was built going forward.
A seed was planted. Seed was planted.
That seed is dead. There is no momentum from Bernie 2016, Bernie 2020. That doesn't exist anymore. Other than, I guess, the squad, which feels so disjointed from anything to do with Bernie now. It's bizarre. But now we have this situation where it's a potential, it's a possibility that the squad for the first time loses members. I mean,
they're attacking Cory Bush
I don't think
aggressively right now.
Like, I also don't think people should view that as like it's over. Obviously, especially in House races, it's every 2 years. Just as easily
there will be other squads.
Yeah. And just as maybe somebody loses this year, they could come back and win it in 2 years. Time marches on, and people, the electorate moves on and feels differently about different things later on. But in this moment in time, it's pretty bad. It feels pretty bad.
Right. So what I'm trying to advance slowly towards is, if we can both see that incremental electoralism is, even if it were to work, incredibly, even if it was as efficient as possible, it would still have to take generations of human beings to ever accomplish cycles. Many, a tremendous. Historically speaking, the only time a nation has ever voluntarily remodeled their political ethos, it has been due to violent revolution. It has not been due to incremental electoralism. There's no example of a country moving from capitalism to socialism by voting. There's no example of that.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess, right. I mean, it's hard to endorse that though because people don't want
I,
that.
and Twitch, let's be
I mean,
clear,
I don't want it
I'm
because
not
people will
calling
get
for.
hurt. Obviously, right? Yes, I don't want that.
Yeah, I don't want it either. No politician is ever going to at their own power. No politician is ever going to vote. Like most politicians are wealthy landowners. Why would landowners vote to remove power from wealthy landowners? These are just sort of fundamental things that can't be changed by voting.
Right. Yeah.
So I guess my question to you is, where does that leave us?
I don't know. I really don't know. I don't
Oh,
have an
great.
answer for that one, honestly.
I was hoping this would be a little uplifting, but no, you're just
I mean,
leaving me where I started.
maybe in a slightly different time period, I'll have something else to say about it. But I've told you, I feel pretty. It's a bad time. It's a bad time.
That's, I guess I can see why you talk about wrestling. I don't personally interested in wrestling, but of all the things there are to talk about, I can see why. But I just thought I would bring things around to what your show was about tonight and just kind of question. Like, I respect these people that are making such tremendous effort, and they have such endless optimism. People like Sam, and people who are doing this yourself, and all the canvassing you've done is a tremendous amount of optimism. And I agree with you all. I believe in it.
Well, you're breaking up.
I'm breaking up.
Yeah.
I just kind of stammered, but no, I hate to see that much passion and that much good intention just deliberately thrown into a bureaucratic black hole.
Oh no, I mean, like, I think. Listen, for some reason, I think I'm about to lose you. You're breaking up, but I just think sometimes you need to step away and take a break so you don't get worn out. I think I'm not saying I'm doing that completely, but that's how I felt, honestly. These past couple of months.
Yeah, well, I that's definitely the point I'm reaching as well. But I mean, your job is to read Twitter all day, and I mean, I wake up.
Oh, I listen. I think people who followed me on there have seen I've stepped away for a bit. I'm not saying I'm like I don't tweet every now and then, but like the amount I'm on there is down a lot.
Yeah,
I've signed myself up to. I'm playing in soccer leagues. My son's. I was coaching my son's soccer team before the season ended. I'm talking wrestling on YouTube calls for half an hour. I'm literally doing whatever I can to keep sane and not be brought down in this like black hole you're talking about of just like negativity right now in politics. I'm just not in the mood. It's just I can't just can't. I'm not in the mood. Even like my tech coverage stuff, like doing those scam economy episodes a few weeks ago was a breath of fresh air. Like I'd much rather warn people away from crypto scams and AI hype than fucking deal with the shit right now that's going on in politics.
Well, then let me pose you this question, because politics and reporting is not my job. I don't have to engage with that stuff. I check the news. Maybe I listen to Hassan for an hour, and I can disengage whenever I want to. And it's dragging me to not want to get out of bed. So is there some, I mean, are you guys supporting each other? Like, do you feel like how does it work for you guys on the side where you can't stop engaging with this or you're gonna starve? Like, what is that like?
I don't know. Like um, it's interesting that you asked because I'm in this weird spot where like I truly enjoy working from home. I've been working from home since the pandemic. I can't imagine going back because I love being home with my kids. I love being home so that the time that I used to spend commuting, I can spend more time in doing this stuff. Like I couldn't do the Majority Report. I couldn't do um, uh, I could probably still do this show, but I probably couldn't go for as long as I could because I'd be even more exhausted than I am at the end of these shows. I couldn't do Leftist Mafia. I mean, same sort of thing. I probably couldn't do the long 4-hour Leftist Mafia streams. I'd probably tap out like David Dole about 2 hours in. I definitely couldn't do the Majority Report. That wouldn't be a possibility. Any sort of other thing I'm working on, I could probably not find any time to do videos. That newsletter I want to launch wouldn't even be an idea if I had to commute.
Yeah,
I just wouldn't have the time. I just wouldn't have the time.
And you were saying earlier in the stream that there are things you want to be doing right now that you're not, that just not an allowance for under the circumstance.
But at the same time, like the fact that I'm working from home, like I don't see people. So maybe the fact that like, you know, when I used to go to the Majority Report office back in the day, you know, me and Michael Brooks would shoot the shit for hours, you know, after the show went off the air. You know, it's easy to sort of wind down when you have someone to do that with that's as like into the same political world as you are. At home, I guess I don't have that in person, so like maybe it is a little bit rougher to deal with that shit.
Talk to your son about it, like...
Yeah. I mean, I talk to my wife about this stuff because she's obviously has like similar politics to me, but she's smart and never like she doesn't pay attention to like Twitter politics. She just knows like the basics of what's going on, like what you need to know as like a regular person. She's got her own hobbies that she enjoys that keeps her sane. A lot of them are the same like side hobbies I have, but like not the politics stuff.
Yeah, well, I see what you're saying. I'm very much work from home, play from home kind of person. And since COVID, the reality of that lifestyle has changed dramatically. Like you have 1 foot in, 1 foot out of that world. But like once you get used to not going out and meeting new people in any capacity, yeah, you just kind of get locked in your own tube. You're staring down the whatever barrel your sights are focused on, and that's your whole world after a while. I can see what you're saying, but you
and I'll be honest, this is probably the first time this has happened to me, and I've been doing this. I started working in like political media the year before I joined the Majority Report, so this would be 2010. Now, I was always into politics. I was in a political punk band in high school and in college, but actual work in politics or news media started for me in 2010. So I've been doing this for 14 years now, and I've been in the muck of the far right and all the horrible reactionary groups, and I've been targeted before. And I've never felt like I do over the past couple of months. I don't know if it's because I have never, maybe it's built up to this point, but I don't think so. I think this has been like seeing children decapitated and with their brains falling out of their head will honestly destroy you. And I'm not saying it will destroy you more if you have kids or don't have kids. Everyone's human, and they will see this and be destroyed no matter what.
Everybody was a kid.
Everyone was a kid. But I do think it has potentially hit me even harder, because I have kids that are the ages of, I have a 5-year-old and an 8-year-old. And that's the age of a lot of these kids I'm seeing. And I just can't, man. I just can't fucking see another kid get fucking killed. I just can't do it.
No, I'm not a parent. I've chosen not to reproduce, but those parents' cries and tears hit me like a ton of bricks. I can't imagine if I had the additional relatability and empathy to it of, oh my God, that could be me on top of it. Like, what if that were me? I have that, at least that little bit of buffer from it breaking my heart completely. But yeah, man. All right. Well, this has been a good reinforcement of my doom and gloom.
Listen, and everyone who watches the show, and I feel bad for all the people who join the Twitch raid. Everyone knows that I am, who regularly watches me, knows that I am oddly optimistic all the time. I always find the bright side. Maybe I'm just going through something personally right now, like emotionally. Maybe I'm in a depressive state or something. But I've not felt like this since like 2003, 2004, when like post 9/11, the country was rabid maniacs, Islamophobia everywhere. Everyone just wanted retribution and revenge. George Bush had a 90-something% approval rating. We were invading Afghanistan. We were invading Iraq. I haven't felt this way since then. So yeah, it's I don't know what to say. I wish I had more optimism. Maybe next week I'll feel better. But yeah.
I don't expect myself to feel better about any of this next week, but I wish you well in that endeavor.
Right. Thanks for the call, though. I appreciate it. And someone just said, a classic Binder. This was a Django Fett says, classic Binder style short call. I did say we'd have a short call, and here we are 25 minutes later.
Always a pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Have a great night.
You as well. Thank you.
Annie Fitzgerald in the chat says, don't be doom and gloom. Socialists are organizing and fighting for change. We won't give up. I know I won't. I'm not giving up. I just think maybe now is a good time to refresh myself. I'll take one more call. I really shouldn't, but hey, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Oh, wow.
Hello, you are on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Oh, hello.
Hold on.
Oh, I hear you now.
Nope. Okay, sorry,
hello?
I have an earpiece in and I don't know how to get it off. Hold on.
Wait, hold on. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Matt from Oregon.
Hey, Matt from Oregon. What would you like to talk about?
Well, what I'd like to talk about, I just think, with how things are, sorry, I just kind of ran upstairs. But, like, I just get really irritated when people fight so hard to put the progressive message out there. And there's so many people doing it in so many ways. But then the moment someone has like a different opinion or a bad take, I mean, come on. And people do, and specifically like TYT. I watch TYT every day. I watch Majority Report every day. I listen to you frequently. I watch the Leftist Mafia every time. I'm a contractor, so I just listen to that all day long, And so it just sucks going on, listening to the shows and having people call in the Majority Report and be like, did you see what Anna said or whatever, and completely misquote her, take her out of context, sharing videos on on X that are just taken out of context and everything. Yeah, she's had some really bad takes, but I mean,
I do
they
I do I
freaking
do I do I do believe people have done that, and I think myself and the majority report have shut down those bad faith efforts before. But I would say there are, like you said, there
I
have
think
been
so.
some very bad takes from her in recent years, and I think it's more than just like, oh, a bad take. I think her politics have changed on certain issues, and not for the better. And I think that deserves criticism, and I think she's headed in the wrong. Like, for example, like last week, me and Emma shot down the idea that, like, listen, someone sent a video apparently of like some YouTube super chat for a right wing YouTube, like Sitchin Adam or whatever they're called. I forget.
Yeah.
I've been on there once a long time ago. That was apparently from her talking trash about a majority report, and we said, that's we would need to look into that, which I didn't get a chance to, and I don't know if they did, but we shot it down as sort of silly. Like, I don't know if she did it. It seems kind of silly to think that someone of her stature would do a super chat talking shit. So I don't believe
Right.
it. That's that's probably that
I
one
think
example, that example you said of like people trying to do bad faith. I don't know, but she definitely has had bad takes that I've seen on video of her saying these things. And I think they're more than just, oh, bad take on pop culture or bad take on a specific issue. Oh, she's backing the wrong person when it comes down to the Drake rap beef with Kendrick Lamar. No, I think she has very bad politics on certain issues now. And she's aligning herself with right wing people on those issues.
Yeah, so there's a thing going on right now about criminal justice reform and stuff like that. So she's constantly being taken out of context, saying that she like, and this is I am really annoyed by her too, always attacking her critics, right? Just let it go. You don't have to go on Twitter and read quotes, but like she's for criminal justice reform. Jenks for criminal justice reform. They just aren't for like going easy on violent offenders, and it's really literally that is like the only difference. They want to redo the prisons. They want to redo criminal justice. How cops approach people. They want more. They want all of the same shit, except for they think violent offenders deserve to go to jail or whatever.
I mean, violent offenders are going to jail, though.
And it's literally repeat violent offenders is what they've said. And people say, oh, they're totally right-wing in their criminal justice reform take. And it's just stupid, And I'm not here to defend them because they have, like I said, like the whole, they've had some bad takes. And I think Anna definitely has gone a little, but I don't think she's like terribly, like people call her transphobic. I watch their show every day. And when those issues are in the news, they are like all over them, and they have, they're pushing for all the trans rights. The only difference they've ever had really was Cenk saying that he would understand if a professional league didn't allow trans people, and it's blown up into he's anti-trans, doesn't want trans kids.
I haven't heard that about him. I mean, I think I think it's a non-issue because it's not happening. Like, if we want to discuss this when it happens, okay, but right now we're talking about a hypothetical, which seems pointless.
Yeah. To my point, like what I want to say is, like,
but you have to understand though, and I don't want to talk too much longer about this specific thing, but you have to understand though, like with their stature and their audience, what they choose to cover and how they choose to cover it is also it shows what they are deciding to voice or focus on to their audience. Like, it's not just like, oh, they're having a conversation with friends or talking to each other. They're by covering something, and this is for every journalist, by covering an issue, you are saying that you want your audience to focus on it. And if you are covering it in a way which is apparently antithetical to where you stand, then what are you doing? Like, if you support trans people, why are you spending time on your show that apparently has hundreds of thousands, if not millions of viewers? It's wasting time complaining about a phrase that you don't like.
Right.
Like, how does that help
Yeah,
trans
I mean,
people?
that whole thing
How does
started
that not
with
just how does that not just stoke the fire for the right? Like, you could just not cover it. Like, it's just, you don't need to, like, you can't
Right.
you can't even be like, oh, but I have no.
Like,
you choose not to cover things all the time. Like, you're not covering 100,000 issues happening all over the world right now. It doesn't mean you endorse them or are anti them. No, you're choosing to cover things based on what you want your audience to focus on. And that's what they chose to have their audience focus on those when they do that. And I think that deserves being called out. I mean, that doesn't mean I hate them. That doesn't mean I think they're horrible people 100%. I mean, maybe I do if there's a larger sort of pattern there. But I mean, they're doing bad work right now, at least from what I've seen in terms of what's coming out of them on certain issues. Are they good on Palestine? Sure, they're doing good work there. But there's other areas where they're doing bad work. And that's just criticism. They could critique me, and they have every right to.
Right. So yeah, I didn't like call in to like stand them or nothing. I just think my greater point is because they have their issues as well, and I watch them critically, like I watch everybody critically, and I have my own thoughts on everything. But it's just like the differences are very small, right? And I came in 2010, Occupy Wall Street. I lived on Maui. I was part of Occupy Maui briefly, and it just turned into like infighting. So I stopped, being a part of Occupy Maui because they would just fight they would argue about what they want to talk about and what they want to like be the number one topic, you know? And so it was, the way we tear each other apart isn't going to get us freaking anywhere, man. It's, I've got to, I'm not somebody who's out being an activist and, doing a ton of stuff, but I put a lot of effort into talking to people and just trying to, I joined my like local city committees for like a few years before COVID. I'm trying to get involved, trying to make change. But like when the people who I see with on almost everything are just constantly like tearing each other apart. I mean, we're never gonna get fucking anywhere as a progressive movement, as a leftist movement, and it's a little defeating. That was my point. I didn't want to call in and be like, oh, everybody's treating TYT unfair. No, I mean I get it. I get criticism, but I just like I watch their show every day, and they're completely friggin' progressive, totally left wing, with a few bad takes. I mean, that's basically it. They're not against, but so it's just the hate that goes around so much. Just I think is very.
I don't hate them. That's I just
well,
don't.
No, I'm
think,
just saying like you personally hate them. I'm just saying online, the Twitter. Like I was part of a nice Twitter circle for a while, and it was really cool. And then everybody just like it just seems like a different leftist was picked out for saying something wrong.
Just to move on this. I mean, I will say in totality, they have. I mean, it's hard to argue against this. In totality, they have, if nothing more than what they decide to cover, they have moved further to the right. I mean, they're just not.
I don't see it as a left or right shift. I just think that they're just have a couple bad takes. I don't think it's a right shift. I mean, you can't be a right winger and be for getting money out of politics. You can't be a right winger and be for Medicare for all. You can't be a right winger and be for criminal justice reform. I mean, they're for everything, but they just have a few
Well,
differing minutia.
they're for criminal justice reform until something happens to them or something is their pet issue. I mean, listen, it's very clear that Anna has changed on the criminal justice reform issue because clearly something in where she lives in California has affected her, and so her opinion on it has shifted.
I
mean,
definitely
it's
agree with that, yeah.
super obvious. I don't
man,
know.
she,
I don't know if she moved to a new area that had. I don't know what's going on, but
I think
something
she has
happened.
been, like, assaulted like twice, but
Then there you go. I
anyways,
mean, you can't. So you know who's to blame for those assaults, and it's horrible that happened to her.
like one person.
The person who did it, the person who did it. We can't change the criminal justice system to punish more people because one fucking asshole decided to do something to her. No, that's not how it works. I'm sorry. That's just not how it works. I mean, listen, I've had things happen to me. I don't completely change my politics because some asshole did something to me. I don't throw everyone under the bus because some asshole did something to me. I don't have a homeless person who is mentally ill on the subway platform cursing me out. Doesn't make me think bad about the mentally ill or the homeless people. It makes me look at that one individual person and say, man, that guy needs help. But clearly, I think from what I've heard, and you just said it yourself, she's let what one asshole did to her affect her entire political policy position on criminal justice reform. And I'm sorry. That's ludicrous. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll agree with one more thing is that she really messed up when she went after Oliami. That was like the dumbest thing ever. Is it actually?
I mean, and Oliami had a completely legit points. I mean,
oh, I know. I mean, it's just like she's brutal, man. There's no way I would go up against her.
Hold on, there's someone in the chat. You're young. I'm 37 years old. I mean, technically compared to how old you might be, maybe that's young, but I'm not like some young whippersnapper kid who hasn't had I've born and raised in Queens, New York. Please, I think I've experienced what it's like to live in a city and when things are going bad and when things are going good and when crime is happening and when crime is not happening. The idea that there's some horrible spike in crime in New York has never been more abstractly ludicrous. The city has progressively, year after year, been safer and safer and safer. There's never been a better time to live in New York in terms of crime. And I'm male. Okay, I'm male, yes. So it's definitely more dangerous in certain aspects, obviously, for women. But that doesn't mean I give a pass to a woman who all of a sudden has become a right winger because one fucking guy did something to her. I'm sorry, that's ludicrous too. Yeah, it sucks that happened to her, and I understand how it is for a woman to go through whatever I'm guessing some guy accosted her on the street or something. That's horrible. I absolutely feel for that and empathize with her and hope she's okay for that, and that guy should go to prison. But it doesn't mean you completely fucking throw other people in jail because of this one guy. Like, you don't say, nope, bail is over for this because one fucking guy did something. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with that, but I just think.
Oh, this person's still going. It's amazing. Invisible queer.
Are you talking about chat?
When you're victimized, I'm sure it'll be crickets.
Yeah.
Of course. What are you talking about? This is the very basis of like being a leftist or a socialist. The world does not revolve around you. I'm sorry. Your very specific experience cannot be used okay, someone has a bad experience getting an abortion. I guess it's completely fair now to outlaw abortion or to have more strict rules around abortion. Something bad happened to you. Ludicrous. To have that outlook means you lack the ability to empathize with other people and you think you're the center of the universe. Doesn't work that way if you actually care about other people. I'm sorry.
Right. So, yeah, I mean, I've never lived in a big city, so I can't even relate. So I just roll with that one. I mean, stuff happens everywhere, and there's really just not much. Oh, hold on. Yeah, there's just not much. Anybody who doesn't relate to it, you can't. relate to somebody who lives in a big
here's
city.
here's a very small bore example. The congestion pricing in Manhattan. I don't commute to Manhattan anymore. I sometimes, very rarely, but maybe like 6 to 10 times a year, so less than one time a month, because I live in the outer boroughs, I have a old car. I'll drive into Manhattan like on a weekend when there's no parking rules. So that means I'd be out, let's say, $150 over the course of a year that I wouldn't have had to pay prior to the congestion pricing laws. But because I'm not selfish and I understand what that congestion pricing will do for society and New York City and the communities as a whole in funding the MTA and public transportation and helping people out, I am 100% for congestion pricing and will be happy to pay whatever I would need to pay to drive into the city if I chose to still drive into the city, because I don't think the world revolves around me and my experiences and what strictly I need in life. I'm sorry. I think I lost Matt. Good call though, Matt. Sorry that it got I'm sorry. People like that really it set me off, honestly. Like, do you listen to the show or the Majority Report or Leftist Mafia or any sort of regular actual progressive or leftist media? Your single experience. This is like the very base. This is like, that's what right-wing politics thrives on. Right-wing politics is entirely made up of people trying to control the world based on something happened to them, and now they want to make everybody else be forced to do something because something happened to them. No, I'm not even yelling at Matt. Matt didn't even, the Matt that was on the phone, it wasn't even him who said that. It was someone in the chat. It wasn't even the caller. Like that really bothers me. And the idea that you would try to use identity politics and like faux feminism to try, but you're not a woman, Matt. So because you're not a woman, you don't understand what she went through. So thus we need to abolish bail reform and send more black and brown men to jail, to prison. I mean, give me a break. Give me a break. If you didn't mean that, I got to tell you something. That line of thinking is exactly what the right uses, because that's exactly the way that goes. Man, I feel like I was rope-a-doped into even talking TYT at all. I mean, I don't even know if that's how they feel. I'm strictly going off on a few chat messages I saw. All right, I'll take this because it's going to be a palate cleanser, I think.
Hello.
Oh, wait, hold on. I have my volume down. 1 second. Hey, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
It is Kowalski calling from
Oh, Kowalski.
everybody seeing the video, or is the data too limited? Uh-oh, can you hear me?
Wait, hello? Yeah, I hear you. I see the
Alright,
tractor.
now I
What's up?
hear you.
How you doing? How you doing?
Well, I saw that there was a need to maybe do something completely different from everything you were speaking on. So Matt is going to go to bed, and for the next 6 hours, you're all going to be riding with me in this tractor as I bale alfalfa into my round baler.
I thought you were done with this sort of work for the season.
This is hay work. Do you even know what alfalfa is?
I don't actually.
All right. Well, I'm going to give you a
Man,
quick
I've never
lesson
been on a
today.
farm, man. I live in New York City, man. I don't fucking know what any of this shit is.
What this little gizmo back here is my round baler. It bales hay into big round cylinders. See the big door rising on the back? I know it's a little dark, but that collects the hay. It wraps the hay when it gets full, and then I end up making one of these. That is a 5
Whoa!
by 6 foot bale of hay.
That's awesome. That's crazy.
Tell you what, I'll go show you a little closer. This is going to be a field trip, folks.
Whoa, you're getting out of the tractor? Uh-oh.
Look at it. It's perfect. This is pure alfalfa. This is nature's protein. And that bale gets wrapped in this
That
little
looks
bit
crazy.
of biodegradable plastic. And the bale weighs 1,400 pounds. Like a giant cylinder. That's my tractor spears, tractor loader. And this is the gizmo that bales it. Now you're all halfway to becoming farmers. I expect you at the farm at 6 in the morning. Deal?
That's awesome, dude. Thank you so much for the field trip. So how long does it take to roll that one up?
It'll take me about a minute to collect all the hay I need. This field is quite large. It's kind of hard to see, but right now I'm running a windrow that was cut a few days ago. Actually, it might be easier for me to get out and just explain this part too. So, kind of like a yard, you mow the field, and then we take a rake and we make a row. And then boom, your alfalfa.
And how many of those do you gotta do? How many of those how many are you going for?
This field will have about 100.
Wow. And how long will that take in total?
I should be done in an hour.
Oh, not bad. And
No.
yeah, I'm shocked. I thought that'd be like a multi-day affair.
Well, it was cut a few days ago, then it was raked this morning, but I had to wait till the sun goes down to bale it because these leaves need just a little bit of moisture so they don't break off.
Ah.
See, right now, it's pliable. You can't bale it, though, when it's too wet, otherwise the bales will catch on fire.
I see. Interesting.
All right, now everyone, you can cancel me over this.
Why would you get canceled over this?
Well, this is still monoculture. I'm supporting the beef industrial complex, which is, contributing to climate change. I mean, shoot, this is a diesel-powered tractor. It's all right. I can take the hay.
Thank you, Kowalski. I appreciate you calling in and giving us this detour. We needed it to end the night. Honestly, I was thinking of ending the stream about 45 minutes ago, and here I am. So I appreciate the giving us an official end to the show.
Well, I'm always glad to provide that little distraction so everybody can get out and learn if you all live in your concrete jungles. Now, just as a little bit of a deal for tomorrow, I'm going to call into MR because I think I have discovered a conspiracy theory that I'm prepared to preach, and it has to deal with NFTs and cryptocurrencies. So if you see that 308 number, either run for the hills or prepare to have your third eye open. But I'll leave you there.
All right. I appreciate it, Kowalski. Have a great night.
Good night.
All right, folks. That's all for the calls. I gotta tell you now I'm feeling bad about singling out that YouTube chatter, even though I don't feel bad about my opinion on the matter, but I feel bad for going at them. Calls are done. If you're calling in now, you're insane. I'm not taking your call. It's not happening. It's not happening. I'm hanging up Skype. I was exhausted 45 minutes ago. Also, I did see, who is this guy? Hold on. This was from Michael, who's in the chat. He said earlier, these aren't super chats yet, but I want to address all this because I think if I'm addressing it, it's a valid point or something that I feel other people might also have. About Progressive Victory hiring creators as consultants and paying them, but it not being disclosed. Apparently, there was a video that I'm not aware of that came out that touched upon this. I found it during the stream. I think the guy who made it was actually in the chat earlier. Listen, I had a long private chat with a few of the people who work with Progressive or for Progressive Victory, including the guy who was on the show before he came on, weeks and weeks and weeks ago. I didn't maybe have the same complete knowledge that some of you do, but I knew that there were issues that I wanted to bring up. An organization like this is always going to have issues. Their goal is to elect Democrats, progressive Democrats. Just when you're electing people, you are sometimes going to come across issues where people align on things that maybe elsewhere they wouldn't, but the goal is to elect this individual. I am not a paid creator to promote them. I had them on the show because I asked for them to come on the show because I want to do this Bowman event because I want to help Jamal Bowman, and this is the one opportunity to do that was presented to me. And I appreciate them coming to me. I am not a paid creator. I asked them to come on because I knew my audience would have the same concerns I had. And I wanted to make sure that I addressed them in front of all of you. I can't force them to give an answer that we would like, but the answers that they gave me when we talked for this specific Jamal Bowman event were enough to make me feel on board. There is nothing going into this that feels it's just they've gotten creators to come together to get their audience to this spot right 20 minutes away from outside the Bronx to knock on doors and canvass from Jamal Bowman. I think it's worth it. If I was given money, I would have let you guys know. You know that. I'm not. There's no money is exchanged hands. If it's offered to me, I will also let you know. As of right now, the offer has, they did, in full disclosure, they did, now that I think about it, they did ask me to reach, if I could reach out to a few creators that they felt I had closer contacts with than them just reaching out to see if they'd be interested. And they offered to pay me. And I turned it down. Specifically because I felt that's not something I want to take money for. To me, that's not reaching out to someone and saying, can you help this politician that I like? Or are you interested in helping? That's not. Just that isn't campaign work. So there you go. That's the whole disclosure there. They will be, if I stay overnight, they said they will cover my room. They offered to get me there. I guess they'll pay, because I'm going to drive there myself. I guess they'll pay my gas. And they will give us lunch and dinner. And I will be doing media stuff and canvassing with anyone who shows up. Any future things that they do, if they're interested in me working with them, I will bring the same concerns up for each specific event. And if I feel like those concerns affect that specific event, I will not take part. I will not work to reelect Joe Biden, even though out of Trump and Biden, I prefer Biden, obviously. This is specifically about doing what I can to reelect a candidate who I think has stood up for the Palestinian people and has put his reelection prospects completely on the line due to that position. And for that reason, I will do what I can to help him, whatever little bit I can do. But I think that's a fair question. It's the same questions I had. It's the same questions I had. And I mentioned too, I brought up the Brianna Wu thing and the Destiny thing. If Brianna Wu was still involved in setting anything up, I probably would have turned down because that would be counterintuitive to the effort to reelect Jamal Bowman. But she doesn't work. She hasn't worked there in months. I'm pretty sure the last time she worked there was before she came out with a position that she did on Israel and Palestine. I mean, why would they want to help Jamal Bowman if they weren't aligned with him on that issue? I mean, you can't at this point. Oh, no, Brianna Wu hasn't been involved. Someone said she's not. No, Brianna Wu hasn't been involved with them for months. I said to them, I brought it up. I said, I need to know who's involved because it's counterintuitive to work with someone who would be actively trying to get the guy you are trying to reelect, trying to get him to lose. And so I wouldn't be part of that. And in terms of Destiny, they're just from as far as I know, they're just working with him for the general election. Their job is to reelect Democrats. it makes sense. And Destiny has never come out as a Trump supporter. But let me tell you, I made my feelings on him known in terms of his content on Palestine. But then he's coming out now with this stuff. His visit to Israel isn't going too good in terms of. So I think all in all, if his visit to Israel continues that way, then Destiny's content is. I've been on a stream with Destiny before. I was on an election stream with Destiny once. I even said to him there, on in terms of the electoral issues, we probably align on a number of things. I mean. People don't know. I probably gave Brianna Wu one of her, just like I did Tim Pool. I'm just bad at this. I probably gave Brianna Wu one of her earliest. I mean, I was Tim Pool's apparent, according to him, majority poll was Tim Pool's first media appearance during when we asked him to come on during Occupy. I'm sorry. I'm pretty sure I'm the one who reached out to him too to book him. This was in 2011. But Brianna Wu, I had her on Majority Report when I was there hosting to talk Gamergate when she was being harassed. I did not even know she was a political person. I just thought she was this game developer lady who spoke out to defend women in the field, which isn't inherently political. Like, that's not politics. I mean, in some ways it is, but it's not like political in the sense of like policy and electoral politics. And I thought what was happening to her was wrong. She was being harassed. I mean, I still feel that was wrong, obviously. I don't think anyone should be harassed, even if I disagree with their politics. But all of a sudden, when I saw, like, she was doing work with groups to, like, she was running for office and she was doing political consulting work, I was like, what? This is out of the blue. What is her experience there? I don't know. I'm not saying she doesn't have an experience there. I have no idea. I just didn't know. Didn't come up in 2014 when she was just a game developer and I was following what was going on probably more than most journalists about when I was covering Gamergate. Woke CIA drone pilot. Progressive victory takes dark money. Is that fine with you, Mr. Binder? No, if you should listen to the interview, I confronted him about that on the show, on the stream. I mean, he couldn't give me an answer. I can't force an answer out of him. I asked him straight up, what are the organizations that fund the group? I understand that he needs to give them a heads up if they don't know they're going to divulge that information. But I understand he couldn't tell me right then and there, even though I point blank asked him. But I feel like if an organization doesn't want that information disclosed, then maybe what I would do if it was my organization was I wouldn't work with them. If I felt that funding somehow affected this one specific project I'm volunteering for. It's a voluntary thing. Then I would not do it. But I don't think there is any dark money involved in helping canvas a bunch of streamers get their audience out to canvas for Jamal Bowman. It's just not. If that was going directly to the candidate, or there was some sort of, this is not even in tandem. This is completely unaffiliated with the Bowman campaign. So yeah, I'm no fan of it. if it affected this event, I wouldn't take part in it. I don't believe it does. There's no big money needed for this. It's just a bunch of streamers and their audience canvassing for 2 days. Woxy iPod. It's literally dark money because they won't disclose their fund. I don't know if you're replying to somebody else, but I didn't say it wasn't dark money. It's if you don't disclosing, it's you're not disclosing. I mean, personally, like I said it earlier, in case you missed it, it's probably, I think this is total just random speculation. I just think it's probably like Open Society or something. Not saying it's specifically them, like an organization like that. All right, folks. Let me read the super chats, and that's the show. Let's see. Rachel Atwood with a super chat. Would you have a guest from Ukraine on sometime? Absolutely. Recommend me someone. I'd be happy to have them on. Django Fett with a super sticker. Thank you so much. It's the pair with the fist bump. Thank you so much. T King with a super chat. Let's get Annie back on, please. I tried to get her on, and there was a problem with her thing. We're gonna make it happen. Let's try again next week. I'll make her first in line again. I hung up on people to have her on first. I'll do the same next week. Renee with a super chat. No words for Pierre Polier, Hansi Totoro. Oh, he didn't, did he? Wanda with a super chat. So happy that you are joining this effort for Bowman, this PV effort for Bowman. I do hope their efforts to engage content creators works. Much success. Yeah, I mean, I told them that I don't think I'm not as bullish on their overall view on content creators, and I say this as a content creator myself, so I'm only demeaning my own importance or my own work. I'm not as bullish on how meaningful they are in a lot of the areas, in a lot of the areas where they're hoping. And I hope I'm wrong, but I do think this specific thing, getting people out to canvas and knock on doors, is absolutely the 100% area where content creators are important and could help here. Because I've said this time and time again. If you have a race that's close and you go out and meet the people, knock on doors, go eye to eye with someone, shake someone's hand, hand them physically something, answer questions, face to face, human to human interaction, that means the world in getting people to vote for you. And I've seen it. I've seen it with family members, older family members, grandparents. I've seen it with people I know. I've had people tell me this. Oh, I voted for someone because they visited me, or someone from their campaign visited me and we talked. That means the world. And obviously you can't do that in like a Senate race where the entire state votes. I mean, you can, but I don't know how you would read it real robust to meet everybody. But for a House race, you can meet enough people to make a difference. And if a streamer can bring out even 10 people who aren't going to volunteer beforehand to do that, then that's 100% a good thing. T King with a super chat. Matt, let's get Owen Morgan on Leftist Mafia, please. Why does that sound familiar? But yes, of course. I mean, if they'll come on. Kowalski with a super chat. Oh, a super sticker, a hot dog with ketchup. Ooh, I had a hot dog with ketchup just today. Kowalski with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Kowalski. The alfalfa is yielding so good, I might as well share some of the profits from my crop. I know the news has been terrible, but you still come out every week, and for that, I declare you an honorary farmer. It's a high honor. Thank you. And everyone should know that I am officially being funded by Big AG, Big Agriculture. Kowalski just sent me $20. You saw how robust his farming agenda is. I don't know what the word I'm looking for. I'm tired. Big AG has backed Matt Binder here. Full disclosure, at least. Spasticus with a $10 super chat. Log off, check on your kids, and enjoy these times. Thank you for sharing what you safely can about them. I celebrate your dedication to being there for them as much as possible. Oh, that's very nice. I appreciate that. I actually am. I apparently this is not the case. But I actually really for everybody. Which I sometimes I need to remember that I actually truly enjoy my children. I like hanging out with them. I like doing stuff with them. I'm having the time of my life with my son in soccer right now. Honestly, it's because I was into soccer when I was younger. And then my siblings were born, and my parents were too busy to let me do it anymore for a while. And when they finally were able to put me back in, I wasn't as good as I was when I was even younger. And by the time I hit high school, I sort of lost my love for it. And I became one of those kids who was like too punk for sports, too cool for sports. And then it took me a while to get back into it. And now that my son's into it, I am fully reinvested. We go to NYCFC games, that's MLS, Major League Soccer. The local New York City team is NYCFC, New York City Football Club. We go to those games at Yankee Stadium and Citi Field. What's great is because, I guess soccer's still growing here. At least MLS is. Copa America is going to be in the U.S. and it's tickets are selling. Expensive tickets too, but the NYCFC games you could get tickets for like most matches for like $25. It's been fun. And then I joined a adult soccer league. I found an 11. I've been doing an adult soccer league for a few seasons ago. I did miss last season because there wasn't one that season that was local to me. But this season I found an 11v11, which was very hard to find, surprisingly. That's like a full field, full soccer game. The ones around here are usually like 7v7, 5v5, 9v9. I found a full 11v11. Our first game was on Monday. It was... I was thanks to coaching my son's team and being on the field with them and running around with them for the past like 10, 12 weeks. I was actually surprisingly in shape and able to keep up on the full length soccer field. I surprised myself because a few seasons ago on a half field game, I wasn't able to do that. Spastic. Oh, wait, I read that one. Nathan Drake with a super chat. Did you see the TikTok video about the guy who had the Tesla crash into his house? Wait, what? No. I didn't see that. Orestes, this isn't a super chat, but over on Twitch. Matt, you're getting old. Have you turned 40 yet? Not yet. I'm 37. I'm getting up there, though. It's getting close. It's getting very close. I did find out though that the soccer team I joined, the 11v11 club. I'm one of the older people on the team. It still kills me to think that like, oh my god, I can't believe that's true. But I am one of the older people on the team. But these guys who were like recent college graduates, mid-20s, before they figured out how old I was, because it came up, because in conversation, I guess once I start talking, you could peg my age, I guess. But they were like, I'm looking at you. You're like, what, 27? And I was like, oh, thank you. I was like, thank you. It's like, you're off by about a decade. And they were like, no, they didn't believe me. And I'm not making this up. But it felt good, man. It felt good. I'd actually much rather be older and look younger than be younger and look older. So I'll keep this I'll keep the youthful appearance and old age over the old age and youthful over the old appearance and youthful age. I mean, I think I brought this up to you before. I've had a beard now for decades, but I specifically grew the beard because I was in like my mid-20s and I was still getting carded for going to R-rated movies. And it was like, what the fuck? Like, nobody that's carded for going to R-rated movies, unless they think like you are way under like 17. So I was like, I need something that makes me look older. T-Type said, can you share your adrenochrome supplier with the chat? Listen, I disclose everything, but I'm not disclosing that. Some QAnoner is going to see that. They're going to clip it. Well, the main reason I keep the beard now is because I don't know what I look like without it now. I'm a little bit scared. But also, when I've floated the idea of shaving and being clean-faced, like clean-shaven, my children, especially my daughter, the 5-year-old, they get very upset. They do not want to see that. They honestly, and I've seen videos of like much younger kids, like their parents, like their dad shaves their beard or their mustache, and the kid starts crying, like they don't recognize them, and they feel like that's not their dad. I think my kids are a little bit too old to feel that way. Like am I sure that's dad? But they definitely are staunchly against me shaving. They get very angry and upset. Like, no, you won't look like daddy. No. I mean, I remember when I first saw my dad, my dad would have a mustache. I remember when I first saw my dad shave his mustache. I was like, man, he looks weird. All right. Over on Twitch, let's see. Damn, I'm going way too... When Amy EC3 is rating me, I'm going late. Thank you for the raid, Amy EC3, and thank you for the raid earlier, Vosh. Valinova gave out 10 community gift subs. I really appreciate that. What does the wife think about this? Asked Chico. Oh, she's a big fan of the burly lumberjack look. So she's for keeping the beard, big time. She almost got as upset as the children over the idea of me shaving. Like her favorite wrestlers are usually like the guys like the more you look like a big burly lumberjack or Viking, the better for her. So I'm not big or burly, but I got the beard, so that keeps me that keeps her with me. I have two brothers as well, and they don't have. Someone's bringing up how their brother they've never seen their brother with a beard. I'm the only of my mom's 4 children. I'm the only one with the beard. All right, folks. I don't know why I'm going so long. I've enjoyed this conversation. It's actually kept me sane, even the ones where I got angry. Matt, what is your favorite color? Asks Abigail. When I was young, green was my favorite color because I was a big Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles fan. Over the years, I would say it's probably changed. There was a time where purple was my favorite color. In terms of like fashion, like aesthetic, my favorite color is black. Black and red combination. But like if you need one, it's black. I mean, all my clothes are black. I don't own any non-black clothes. All my t-shirts are black. I mean, I do own like maybe like a white band shirt for a band that maybe didn't have a black shirt, but I rarely wear it. All the clothes I regularly wear are black. I wear black jeans, black jean shorts, black shirts, black hoodies. All black all the time. It's a wonderful color. I love it. And all colors look good with black. Chico says emo, and George Jackson says goth. Matt, no, I'm neither. I always liked that clean, and this has always been my style for as long as since high school. I always liked that clean, street punk, like tight clothes, studded belt. Not the emo direction though. Like there's a very stark difference actually. If I had time, I would pull up photos of what I'm talking about. Hold on, let me see if I can find one really quick. Here we go. This is one of my favorite all-time bands, The Unseen. You guys have probably seen me wear their shirts. This aesthetic. See, it's all black, tight. It's not emo though. I had over the years a number of different studded, patched up punk jean jackets and vests. I just started with a new one that I'm planning on wearing once again in the summer. All right. That's the show, guys. I guess I'm tapping out. Patreon.com/Matt Binder if you can support the show and help me, build up on future content. Oh, Kenneth, I'll answer this, Kenneth. Favorite band? That's a rough one. It was a lot easier to answer a couple of years ago. But in terms of music, without any surrounding issues, the family of Leftover Crack bands. Leftover Crack, Choking Victim, Morning Glory, In Decay, Crack Rock Steady 7. It's all the same group at times. I guess they mostly go by Leftover Crack now. Probably my all-time favorite band. All right. Patreon.com/MattBinder, YouTube.com/MattBinder, Twitch.tv/MattBinder, DoomedCast.com, ScamEconomy.com, and tomorrow I'll be in the Majority Report. Tomorrow I'll be on Leftist Mafia. Wait, there was one more super chat that just came in. NC Sketchy with a super chat. I keep my beard because shaving takes effort and I'm lazy. That's probably part of it too. At this point, though, it is a part of my overall style. All right. Have a good night, everyone, and I will see you if you're watching MR or Leftist Mafia. I'll see you tomorrow. Oh, and if you want to come out to the Bowman event and help knock on doors for Jamal Bowman, the details are in the description of this video. Even if you have concerns about progressive victory, this specific event is legit. There's nothing that your concerns, none of your concerns transfer over to this event because none of those concerns affect that specific event. It's just there's no big money going into this. There's no like ad campaign or something like that. It's streamers and their audience getting together to knock on doors and canvas. It's very simple. And you'll get to see me. And whoever else with the other streamers, which will be on that list. There'll be a list of people on there soon. Have a good night. Oh, wait. Who should I raid? Hold on. I got almost 150 people in the chat. Who should I raid on Twitch? Hold on. I can't waste that. I got to send. I could help out some smaller creator. Who should I raid? I'm not wasted. I got rated by Amy C3 and Vosh. I got a number of their audience still in here, about 150 people. Who should I raid? Who's on? Who do I raid? It's almost 2 a.m. here. So I'm sorry for forgetting about rating. Who's that? Who's Complainy Laney? What kind of content? Who's Complainy Laney? What kind of content is it? Someone said that, but I want to know what I'm sending people. I don't care about the size of their Twitch. The smaller creator, the better. But I also want to send it to someone who's speaking of somewhat relevant topics, whether it be politics, pop culture, whatever. Would it make sense to send this audience to like someone just like streaming Overwatch gameplay or something? They're not going to stick around. All right, I'll raid Complaining Laney. I see that it's politics. Let's do it. All right, rating Complaining Laney right now. Starting the raid. It's giving me the countdown.